The men's Olympic hockey tournament officially underway. Rasmus Dahlin saw action already with Team Sweden yesterday. He ended up with 3 assists in his first outing and helped Sweden defeat Italy 5-2. Tage Thompson and Team USA gets underway today with Latvia. Puck drop set for 3:10. For a preview on more of the ice hockey tournament, visit pieces by Paul Hamilton and Brayton Wilson on our website, WGR550.com. Brief Bills injury news. Cornerback Dorian Strong has successfully had surgery on his neck injury from this past season. He announced on his Instagram story. Some more updates from the Olympic Games. France won the gold medal in figure skating ice dance, edging out Team USA, who secured silver. American Jordan Stolz took the gold in the 1,000-meter men's speed skating competition. And American freestyle skiers Elizabeth Lemley and Jalen Kauf won gold and silver. Now a look at the gold medal rankings. Norway still on top, 13 gold medals, 13 medals total, 7 of them gold, The USA jumped into second with 12 medals total, 4 gold, 6 silver, and 2 bronze. And Italy is in third, 13 total medals, 4 gold, 2 silver, and 7 bronze. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hey everybody, happy Thursday. Jeremy and Joe. We're wearing our Team USA gear today.
Yep.
Ready for a game.
Ready to beat the snot out of the Latvians.
Yeah. Latvia.
Gergensons. I don't have any hate or ill will towards them.
Yeah. Me either. They're usually like kind of a good story, right?
They were that one time.
Yeah. Yeah.
The one time they played a close game against Canada, which you forgot yesterday that wasn't it wasn't a win.
No, they just had like a moral
or
victory.
a tie. It was close in the third period, which I think is what we're going to do with Italy 10 years from now.
Right.
Is we're going to think, did they beat Sweden that one time?
Right, basically.
They didn't, but they were close right to the very end, and that will be remembered as more than it was.
Latvia today, no ill will there. Denmark on Saturday. Don't get me started on the Danes.
They're not so great. There are no great Danes here.
That's right.
The average Danes.
Down with the Danes. And then the Germans on Sunday. So that's your preliminary round. It's
revenge game against Gergensons, revenge game against Peterka.
What's Denmark? Nothing?
Ooh. No, I don't got anything on Denmark.
Who is the famous Dane hockey player? There's definitely one.
Well, there's a couple. I mean,
who's
Nikolai
the big name?
Ehlers.
Okay, yes.
Haven't the Sabres tried to trade for him like 7 times?
Former future Sabre, but never Sabre, Nikolai Ehlers is Danish.
Yeah.
Okay. I have a fun eye-opener game to play for the first segment. If anybody wants, you want to do this?
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
An eye-opener.
Yeah,
game.
well, sometimes I think in the opening segment when we're at 6:06 and talking about, like, what do you think about restructuring Dion Dawkins? I'm like, I think people listening are thinking, man, I'm just waking up. What do you want from me? Instead,
Capology, it's 6:10.
Right, exactly. Like, amortization of the bonuses and the anyway. So here is the question for you and for Alt Joe and for Owen. I thought this yesterday. This is going to be a Team USA / Team Canada question. I don't want to pick them apart. So I don't want to have this be an argument about whether or not Team USA or Team Canada is better. Ready? Here we go. Mm-hmm. Write down your answer, and I'll explain the game after you write down your answer.
Okay.
And those of you in the chat and the bullpen can have this as well. Okay? Here's the question.
All right.
Pretend we're all in a class. You got to write down your answer. Nobody speak until you're ready to submit your answer.
Oh, let me get a...
Okay?
Yep.
I got a paper towel and a pen here.
Team USA or Team Canada.
Paper.
Let's accept them as equals. The question is,
okay,
what would their record be in an 82-game NHL season? let me give more parameters. All the players on the team still exist in the NHL.
Okay, right. There's clones.
So you're not playing.
You've cloned them.
Yes.
Okay.
You're not playing McDavidless Edmonton. That's too
Right.
difficult. It's just pick if you want it to be U.S., you want it to be Canada. What would the record be of that team in an 82-game NHL season?
Okay.
And I think the best thing we can do for this is to say all 4 of our answers, and then the person that has the best and the person that has the worst record have to defend their turf. What do you think? You like the game? I have no idea what everyone's answer is going to be.
Yeah.
This is tough.
What would they do in an 82 game NHL season? Is everyone happy with their answer? You want to get a little more time? Would you like another clarification? Is there a question coming about depth? What do you want?
I think I'm
good.
You're
I
good?
think I'm
Everyone's good?
I think
Yeah,
I
I'm
got
ready.
there.
We got some answers in the chat.
Yeah. I'm ready.
We got an answer in the chat. We got all
Okay.
right. So
I got it.
Who wants to go first?
I can go first if you
All
want.
right. What do you got?
All right. I've got Canada at 75-2-5, and I've got the U.S. at 73-4-5.
All right. Well, the point was to not differentiate
Right.
between the two.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
So
either one.
It's fine.
Give me 75-2-5.
75, 2 and 5.
75-2-5.
Not to say you're wrong. I just figured like an Olympic team of the highest level goes. You've got 75, 2 and 5. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Joe Cali, you want it next?
Sure, I'll jump in. I guess I was more conservative. I
All right.
65, 12, and 5 I had.
65, 12, and 5.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I've got 72 and 10.
Okay.
I think they would not. I'm not even factoring in overtime losses. I don't think that either one of those teams is ever losing in overtime.
Yes, you guys have 5 overtime
I just
losses
don't
for
think-
these teams.
That's
Yeah.
because I don't think they'll ever lose in regulation.
Right.
I mean, they might go, 20-5 in
Well,
overtime.
You've got 75, 2 and 5. That's 2 regulation. Oh, okay. That's at least that's 2 regulation.
It's only
losses.
2 regulation losses.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
I think they would lose in 60 minutes 2 times the entire season.
they just get goalied, like
Yeah.
Sweden against Italy.
Right.
It can happen.
Brandon Bussey of the Hurricanes throws
There
up
you go.
50 saves.
That's a perfect name
Yeah.
for this. All right. My answer was like 73 and 9.
Yeah.
So we're all in the ballpark except for Joe Cali, who has 12
I
regulation
do.
losses.
I just think I
think you have them lower than what the Bruins were a couple years ago.
I was just gonna say.
Oh, okay.
My first thought was, how many wins did the Bruins?
The
have
Bruins
years
had,
ago?
I don't know,
65.
they had 135 points. They were 65, 12, and 5.
yeah.
Right.
Oh, literally. Okay.
That's literally the record you picked?
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have them right on the nose of the best team that we've ever seen in the NHL.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I did not know I'm going to be honest with you. I'm more of a casual hockey fan, so I did not know that.
That's
I mean,
fine.
you
But-
did
Oh, yeah.
still pick
Listen,
them to
I
be
mean-
the best team ever.
It's also
Right.
it's okay. The number of people listening that knew offhand the
No,
Bruins
nobody.
record in 2023 is low.
Yeah, I felt gross when I immediately knew they won 65 games. I went, probably a lot more than that.
They lost in the first round, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. You just hear Lindy Ruff say, like, even after the Sabres last game, like, they laid a dud and it was kind of, like,
Right.
expected. Like, you're gonna at points. So I don't know. I went a little more
Can
conservative.
you imagine the post game when they lose like a Thursday night game in Nashville?
Right.
And it's like, just got to put together a full 60 minutes. It's just we know we're better than this.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got. I could see Cal McCarr talking. I just don't. I don't think our goalie has tonight. He's just not good enough. It'd be hilarious.
Yeah, they need some saves out
Yeah.
there.
Right.
Well, I thought about it because, like, of course, like these teams are super teams. Yesterday, they showed the Canada first power play unit, which is a first pick, a first
Filthy.
pick, a first pick, a second pick, and a fourth pick. That bum McCarr.
Yeah.
Right,
yeah.
What a bum. 4th overall. 73 and 9, 72 and 10. All right, we're all in the same ballpark.
Yeah.
They get goalied occasionally. They have the best goal differential in NHL history, right? They absolutely ragdoll the league. They're like the Warriors. They're the Warriors.
They score like 7 goals a game.
Yeah.
They just scored on twice and like.
Do they get
The only thing I would worry about, I guess, with, could they get to 75 wins is maybe almost a little bit like what the Avalanche have done this year, or maybe what, the Warriors did with Durant. Like, those teams ended up losing a few games, I think, because they were just bored.
Yeah.
They got so good.
Yeah.
Like, the Warriors had a season with Durant where they lost like 20 games, and it was 100% just because like they were just waiting for the playoffs.
How much
and
of
they
that-
had 2 months left, and I can't get up. I can't get excited about a Wednesday night game in Charlotte.
How much of that was because the year that they set the record, 73 and 9, they didn't win the title?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
And that's the Patriots, too. They go 16-0, and they don't win the title. And
Tampa Bay in 19 when Columbus swept them.
We learn along the way all the time, like, hey, congratulations on your amazing record. You won't be remembered unless you win the rest. A team could go 81-1 in the NHL, and if they did not win the cup, it'd be like, well, they didn't win the cup.
Right.
Like, sure, that's the best team ever. The Warriors, of course, were an incredible team that year, maybe the best team ever. The best football team ever was probably the Patriots that went 17-0. But we don't really get to treat them like that because they lost one game by a field goal. Like, all right, 73-9. That's a lot of getting goal lead for this team.
But there'd be some weird. I mean,
10% of the time.
There'd be 3 games where they just somehow don't get it done. They can't score.
What's their power play? Is their power play number 1 in the league by a lot? Are they going to finish like? I guess it depends who the coach is. Your power play, if your power play is lethal, if you're as fast as they are you drawing more penalties? Like, is there any road to they go unbeaten? Or you think it's just hockey doesn't allow it?
I
don't think hockey would allow it over 82 games.
It's too many games.
Would they get punched too many times? Would they play a team that's got too much jam and kind of push them around a bit? No.
I don't think anybody can.
No, you got to catch them first.
Right. You got to catch them.
They're all so fast that, it's hard to do that to McDavid because he's going to fly around you. Right. And they mostly have players that are going to do that. So I don't think so. I mean, I would never pick them to go 82-0, though, because we even see it happen to them in these tournaments. I mean, they haven't won gold every single time.
Well,
they lost to Czechia in '98, which was maybe the equivalent roster-wise of an NHL roster.
Okay.
How much better was that Czech team than your average NHL team?
The Blues.
Right, maybe. Right. But you had Hasek in that. So, bang, you lose. Mm-hmm. That can happen to you. Mm-hmm. And, Miller beats them once in a group stage on a team with the U.S. that probably wasn't, a ton better than an elite NHL team, and you lost because the goalie showed up. So I think every 10 times that happening is probably it's probably about right. Canada's all-time record in the Olympic Games with the NHLers out of 31 games. You want to guess how many wins they have?
20.
23.
Okay.
23, 7-1. And they didn't really have an opponent on the other side that was
No, that's right. That's right. It's always been...
Again, some of the... Sweden's probably better than your average NHL team. Not probably. They definitely are.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I think we all had the right frame. Best team that the NHL's ever seen, but not going 82-0.
Canada plays Czechia today at 10:40. The women play first against Finland. So a doubleheader for Team Canada today. The women at 8:30 and the men at 10:40.
And Switzerland's up 1-0 on France.
Oh, we got a game on already.
Yeah.
Let's get it going.
Yeah.
I'm not
sure France is going to do what Italy did.
Do we have a definitive best and worst jerseys out there right now? Team USA, Team Canada, Team Slovakia.
I think Slovakia has the best jerseys. I think they are awesome.
They have a shoulder yoke, right? Mm-hmm. The white shoulder yoke, and then blue goes right into the blue pants. They're pretty sharp.
Well, they have the mountain range, though, that is built into the uniform.
Yeah.
And the sky is maybe, is the sky white?
Yeah, it's the white.
Or is the sky red and the shoulders are white? Now I got to look at them again.
I'm not positive, but the mountain incorporation is a very, very good look. The Finnish lion thing on the front is also super hardcore and awesome, but it's one of those you can't really see. It's one of those jerseys that looks amazing if you have it in your hands, but on the players it's not as striking.
Yeah.
The Germany ones are sweet. There's a lot of really good looks.
What do we think about Sweden? They switched from that kind of royal, almost baby blue on the jersey
to a dark
navy blue. Yeah.
Hate it. Always hate navy or royal.
Same.
In almost any context.
I always like the 3 crowns. Mm-hmm. That's cool.
The 3 crowns.
But no, I cannot get over how good the Slovakian jerseys are. Because, having a landscape in your uniform...
It's pretty good.
It could be tough to pull off, though, right? Remember when the Lightning had the Storm Sea uniforms?
Ooh.
They had an alternate... I love them because they were so ridiculous, but they were ridiculous.
This was in the 90s, and it looked like it had raindrops on it, right? The Storm Sea one?
Yeah.
I feel like...
Oh, yes, I'm looking at it now. That's crazy.
It was...
Let me show you.
What
for
year?
The,
What year
the
is
YouTube
that
stream.
for the Storm C?
We're talking,
1996 to 99.
Okay. Well, yeah, the era when like they had comic book creators making jerseys.
Right.
Which I mean, listen,
Yes.
it was a time.
Yeah.
It was a time. Nothing wrong with it. Canada's got some interesting ones this year. They've got the black maple leaf. It's almost like they're they're embracing their black and red phase.
You're right. There were raindrops on the Tampa Bay Lightning
I mean,
uniform.
like
That's ridiculous.
The Storm C jersey from Tampa.
Whereas
it looks like
Slovakia, it's like
beautiful.
You might not notice that there is mountains if you don't look for more than a second. I think they are awesome.
Those Tampa jerseys look like they're like 8-bit Nintendo designed jerseys, right? Like
Yes.
Minecraft level of graphic design.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yep.
Well, anyway, today 803-0550 is our phone number, and big show for you today. Lots of guests in the second half. For now, we're kind of getting ready for Team USA against. I'm always forgetting. Latvia. I'm looking ahead to Denmark, and Canada plays Czechia today. So
Trap game. Looking ahead to Denmark.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right. It is really unfortunate that the preliminary phase for the U.S. really feels like preseason. I know we can't really treat it like that, and don't look whatever. There's no marquee matchup in the first 3 games. I know you're trying to sell me on Germany. I know you're trying to do that.
I am. I'm a little bit.
It's okay.
They could be scrappy. Power play and a goalie.
They've got some elite players.
Lesson learned. If you watch that Sweden game yesterday, all it takes is a hot goalie, and anything could happen. Shots were 33-4 in the second period, and the game was tied at 2.
Yep.
Because of Damian Clara deciding to become Roger Craig for a game. He got hurt, sadly. What a way to get hurt also, by the way.
You mean Jim Craig.
What did I say?
Roger Craig.
Okay, yeah, Jim Craig. Roger Craig, Hall of Famer, right?
True. Yes.
2-0 Switzerland. He became Jim Craig for a day. He gets hurt in the third period, stopping a breakaway, sprawling post to post. Definitely pulled a groin, right, on that play. You got to feel for him because he was becoming a star, like yesterday himself. And he probably is going to become the best hockey player Italy's ever seen because he's like a second-round pick, like top goalie prospect for the Ducks. He had them in that game. Dahlin, though, was the best player on the ice.
Yeah.
Like, he won that game for Sweden. They were getting frustrated. They were starting to, look up every time. They were getting shots, and it was getting robbed. And Dahlin's second period, the game is tied, or early third period, and the move he makes cutting into the middle to get it to Nylander was amazing. It was the best play of the game. So Dahlin was awesome. 3 assists. Although I was rooting for Italy, I'm not going to lie. You got to fall for the upset.
Sure.
As cool as Dahlin winning would be, once it's happening and this team is getting peppered, it's like they've no NHLers on the team, and here they are tied with Sweden.
Italy's
been awesome.
Italy's also good for the comedic bits for everyone out there with Italian heritage, tweeting all of the gifs of Italy.
I had some Sopranos gifs ready to go.
Yeah. It's always a good time to get in on that.
Yeah. Rocky Balboa gifs. Yeah, there's a lot to work with.
Who's the Swiss player that I know? Marco Sturm? Marco
Sturm is
he Swiss?
A former Swiss player.
Okay.
Yeah. They have a lot of NHLers.
Yeah, now they do. They have help me out.
Nico Hischier.
Yep. There's another player I'm thinking of who played for Carolina for a while. Anyway. Timo Meyer, Swiss.
Yeah, let me pull up their lineup. I think they've got 11 NHLers on their team.
They're up 2-0 on France.
Yep. Kevin Fiala, Nino Niederreiter.
That's who I'm thinking of.
Pius Suter. They got Roman Josi, of course.
Yep.
Yeah, they've got some guys.
And their uniforms are always pretty good too.
Yeah, their flag helps with that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's hard to mess that jersey up. You're wearing red. You got the cross in the middle. Yeah, I like them.
The Finland jersey.
Is Italy wearing blue not great, though? What are they wearing blue for? They wear blue for all athletics.
They wear blue all the time. They wear blue at the World Cup. They wear blue all the time.
But how many nations wear a color for their sports that is not in their flag? Imagine if the U.S. just decided, you know what we're going to do? We're going to wear green. For everything. Green for hockey, green for soccer, green for all of it.
Canada wears black. Does that not count because it's black?
I guess you're right. It counts a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. But this is it's a very different color.
For sure.
It's no neutral. We're throwing blue in for all of it.
I like it. I'm into it.
All right.
803-0550. All right, coming up on the show today, here's what we've got for you scheduled. We're going to get to Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast at 8 o'clock. We'll check in on Bills off season. I'm looking at linebackers all over the place. I did a mock draft today where I got to the first pick for the Bills, and it was a linebacker and a receiver. And I just, for the sake of it, I did the linebacker. It was C.J. Allen who made it all the way there from Clemson. So linebacker, I want to talk to Joel about linebackers and how, the change from defensive coaches makes me think instead of never thinking about linebackers that we are always going to be thinking about linebackers and hybrid players. And guys like Vaughn, who, wait, is he a linebacker or is he an edge? You right? We're going to do that game a bunch, I think.
Yeah.
Anyway, Joe Marino at 8. Stephen Ellis from Daily Faceoff, who's covering the games. He'll be joining us at 8:30. And at 9, former Sabres coach Don Granato is going to join us just to talk about Team USA. He coached a lot of these players, right? The U.S. development program, the growth of USA hockey to get to this spot. When Team USA, I say when, if Team USA were to come out of these games with a gold, would it not be the crowning achievement? Would not be like the 30-year plan, the 20-year plan, whatever you want to say? Like, we did it. We became the best in the world. Because I know Canada has had back-to-back golds, and Canada doesn't always win it, but Canada has had, of course, the claim to this sport forever, and they probably still will. But would they not be viewed as equals? Would that be going too far because there's not enough hardware there? It feels to me like you'd be able to claim it.
I think you'd be able to claim it.
There are so many little mile markers along the way, whether it's a number 1 overall pick or there's a year where there's the top 3 picks are U.S.-born players, like getting higher-end talent in the draft. The whole thing, it's miles and miles away from soccer. U.S. wants to say they can compete in soccer, and they're so obviously far behind.
Right.
In hockey, there aren't as many countries that are really doing it effectively,
right.
So maybe getting to the top is not as hard. But it feels like it would be the culmination of a 10, 20, however many year effort to get to the top of the mountain if they're able to do it.
Yeah, I think you would be able to say it. I mean, they have not had a tournament in so long that it'd be hard to say, well, it's just because they don't play enough, right? It's the Four Nations last year, which the championship game goes to overtime. That's already kind of a proof of concept that you're on par. And if you were to win gold, what's the defense for you're not number 1, co-number 1 at least with Canada? It would be, well, Canada won all the golds before that. Okay, well, every player on those teams are retired other than Sidney Crosby. So what does that really do for me? Everyone that was on Team USA the last time, you would have been on top aren't playing for the team anymore. So the fact that they haven't been to the Olympics in so long means you don't have any sample size to really say, oh, no, we're the best in the world, and that hasn't been really tested with best on best. Like, this is the test, and last year was the test, and last year it was totally even. So if you win this year, then it's got to be viewed as even. It's got to be viewed as you've jumped to number 1.
Yep.
And they've never been that. Even they win in 80, and 80, because it's the miracle on ice, is not you're the best hockey nation in the world. It's you pulled off the upset of the century in sports, which isn't quite the same. This would be, no, like you've caught them on talent and, like you are equally as good. You didn't just pull off an upset to win it. And that has never been the case. They haven't won gold since then.
Ryan Mazurowski walking around in a Team USA jersey as well.
Nice.
Moroccan. You got a Tage sweatshirt?
I've got a Tage USA shirt. The guys at 26 shirts. I have my Ryan Miller jersey too. I should probably break that out at some point. I've got it.
Yep.
When else am I going to wear it?
What else have I had? Like a Team USA gear.
I think I wear it to the rare Amerks game I go to. I wear it.
I had a Team USA Miller jersey that I had autographed and I donated for a silent auction one year somewhere. I also think I had, who did I have Team USA basketball? Who did I have? Did I have Tim Hardaway maybe? I think I had a Tim Hardaway Team USA.
Hardaway.
Yeah. He's on the second Dream Team, I believe.
Okay. Did he go to Syracuse or something?
No, he played for Golden State. I like Golden State. I was the
growing up?
Yeah. In high school, I was the random
Golden State Warriors fan?
Golden State fan.
Were they good?
No. Chris Webber played for them.
Okay.
They had,
you just decided you were going to become a fan of a middling NBA team?
Pretty much.
Funny.
The video game, that's how it works. You play NBA Live.
Yeah, okay, right. I mean, that's how I'm a Nuggets fan.
Sure, and you start to like a team. I played with, they had Hardaway, Chris Mullin, Mitch Richmond.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure Hardaway was on the 1996 team. I could be wrong about that. I'll check the roster. And Freddie Hardaway was on the team. Maybe it wasn't Tim Hardaway. Anyway, I'll figure it out.
Could have wore that too.
Penny Hardaway? Yeah, it was not Tim Hardaway. He was on the first. Whatever. Who did I have? I definitely had a team.
From the Dream Team?
The second Dream Team.
The second Dream
is
Team.
1996.
I don't know much about that team.
I definitely had one Dream Team jersey growing up, and I just don't know which. I can't remember who it was. I know you're all holding on, like really
want to know.
Really invested in this question. I also had a Golden State Warriors starter jacket that has been lost, and that's like one of the most heartbreaking things I've ever had is to lose that. Missed that. 8030550. All right, there you go. So, hockey today, and we're excited for it. We're all kind of decked out, ready to rock, and we'll get to football and lots of other stuff along the way. We got guests once we get to the 8 o'clock hour. Joe Marino, Stephen Ellis, and Don Granato from 8 to 10. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Give us a ring, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Happy hockey at the Olympics Day for Team Canada and Team USA. Here is the question for you and for Alt Joe and for Owen. I thought this yesterday. This is going to be a Team USA / Team Canada question. I don't want to pick them apart. So I don't want to have this be an argument about whether or not Team USA or Team Canada is better. Ready? Here we go. Write down your answer, and I'll explain the game after you write down your answer.
Okay.
And those of you in the chat and the bullpen can have this as well. Okay? Here's the question.
All right.
Pretend we're all in a class. You got to write down your answer. Nobody speak until you're ready to submit your answer.
Let me get a.
Okay?
Yep.
I got a paper towel and a pen here.
Team USA or Team Canada.
paper.
Let's accept them as equals. The question is,
Okay.
what would their record be in an 82-game NHL season? Let me give more parameters. All the players on the team still exist in the NHL.
Okay, right. There's clones.
So you're not playing.
You've cloned them.
Yes.
Okay.
You're not playing McDavidless Edmonton. That's too difficult. It's just pick if you want it to be U.S., you want it to be Canada. What would the record be of that team in an 82-game NHL season?
Okay.
And I think the best thing we can do for this is to say all four of our answers, and then the person that has the best and the person that has the worst record have to defend their turf. What do you think? You like the game? I have no idea what everyone's answer is going to be.
Yeah.
This is tough.
What would they do in an 82 game NHL season? Is everyone happy with their answer? You want to get a little more time? Would you like another clarification? Is there a question coming about depth? What do you want?
I think
I'm good.
You're good? Everyone's good?
Yeah, I'm ready.
We got some answers in the chat.
Yeah. I'm ready.
We got an answer in the chat. We got
Okay.
all right. So
I got it.
Who wants to go first?
I can go first if you
All
want.
right. What do you got?
All right. I've got Canada at 75-2-5, and I've got the U.S. at 73-4-5.
All right. Well, the point was to not differentiate between the two.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
So
either one.
It's fine.
Give me 75-2-5.
75-2-5.
75-2-5.
Not to say you're wrong. I just figured like an Olympic team of the highest level goes. You've got 75-2-5. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Joe Cali, you want to next?
Sure, I'll jump in. I guess I was more conservative.
All right.
65-12-5 I had.
65-12-5.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I've got 72-10.
Okay.
I think they would not. I'm not even factoring in overtime losses. I don't think that either one of those teams is ever losing in overtime.
Yes, you guys have 5 overtime
I still
losses for
think-
these teams.
That's because I don't think they'll ever lose in regulation.
Right.
The men's Olympic hockey tournament officially underway. Rasmus Dahlin saw action already with Team Sweden yesterday. He ended up with 3 assists in his first outing and helped Sweden defeat Italy 5-2. Tage Thompson and Team USA get underway today against Latvia. Puck drop set for 3:10. For a preview on more of the ice hockey tournament, visit the pieces on our website by Paul Hamilton, Brayton Wilson, WGR550.com. Brief Bills injury news. Cornerback Dorian Strong has successfully had surgery on his neck injury from this past season. He announced on his Instagram story. And updates from the Olympic Games. France won the gold medal in figure skating, ice dance, and they edged out Team USA, who secured a silver. American Jordan Stolz took gold in the 1,000-meter men's speed skating competition. And American freestyle skiers Elizabeth Lemley and Jalen Kauf won gold and silver. Now we'll look at the gold medal rankings. Norway still on top, 13 total medals, 7 of them gold. The USA jumped into second with 12 total medals, 4 gold, 6 silver, and 2 of them bronze. And Italy in third with 13 total medals, but 4 gold, 2 silver, and 7 bronze. It's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Winning. Yeah, honestly, that's all I really care about this time. I haven't won a lot in my hockey career. I have some stuff when I was younger, but I need something bigger. Obviously, you gotta enjoy being in the Olympic Village, seeing all the athletes and stuff. But when it comes to business, you gotta give it all. We're there to play hockey. We're there to try to win gold, and we kind of learned that at Four Nation.
Rasmus Dahlin speaking with Channel 2's John Scott. Jeremy and Joe, good morning, everybody. There's hockey on TV right now. The Swiss up 2-0. 2-0? No, I'm soccer mode.
It's in Europe.
Yeah?
What do they say when they're watching hockey? Nil?
I feel like they don't use nil.
They don't use nil in other sports?
Maybe. I don't think so.
So it's a soccer thing more than it's just a Europe thing.
To love. How about that? Definitely no.
I don't like that.
Okay, definitely no.
I don't like that.
Well, 2-0, the Swiss over France at the Olympics. And we've got hockey coming today. The Canadian women will play at 10:40, and Team Canada plays later as well.
Yep.
So get excited. And Team USA plays. So full-on hockey day. Get out. Get excited. I feel like in years past, this was a big day. And Team USA playing Latvia. So get excited. Jeremy and Joe.
Has their opening day ever been against like a really marquee opponent, though? I can't really remember what their first games would have been.
Also, sorry,
Olympics.
The schedule wrong. The women at 8:30, the men at 10:40, not the women at 10:40.
Yeah.
Men at 10:40. The opening game.
Yeah, I don't remember any of their opening games.
They opened last Olympics against maybe Sweden. I think they had a good opener last year. Last time out,
2014,
maybe.
Okay.
I think they opened against.
They would have played like a good team. All right.
Yep.
Not a warm up.
No, I don't think so. 803-0550 is our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. Seattle's parade happened. We're all kind of moving past.
Did anything noteworthy really come out of that? There was no like Jason Kelsey in a costume moment, I don't think.
No.
From Seattle.
Nope.
Just kind of happened. The kids weren't allowed to go. They were at school.
Well, there's a story that Seattle schools did stay open, but many students and teachers chose to attend the city's celebration of the Seahawks instead. Increased student and teacher absences for the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
Yep.
Good for Seattle. I like Seattle.
It's fine.
No ill will in any sport or anything.
No, there's a little bit of feeling bad for them because they lost the Sonics.
Although they might be getting them back.
Okay, good.
They're holding a vote in this month, I think,
to expand?
on expansion for Vegas and Seattle in the NBA.
Very
so
good.
They should get one back. But right, they lost it. It was robbed of them for like 15 years.
Yeah.
So yeah, I feel for them on that. I mean, their baseball team has never been good, right?
Very rarely.
Never good.
Very rarely good.
They support their MLS team. They go like 60,000 to those games.
Yep.
I mean, it's I think a great sports city. They're loud at the football games.
We'll see if Seattle can repeat. I saw a name from Seattle, by the way, if you want to talk free agents for the Bills. Benjamin Solak is laying out his favorite free agent and team matches. And went like 1 through 5.
Yep.
Like this team needs this player. And for the Patriots, he gave them Alec Pierce. Said that the best deep ball thrower in the game, Drake May, needs the best deep ball receiver in the game, Alec Pierce. So he liked Alec Pierce as an idea for the Patriots. And for the Bills, it's a name I'm not sure if everybody will know exactly what it is. If you watched him in the Super Bowl, you would. This would kind of smack of New England signing Milton Williams after they beat the Chiefs, and Milton Williams is their big prize free agent.
Yep.
He goes to New England. It is, of course, pull up the first name here. Boye Mafe.
Oh, okay.
Edge guy Boye Mafe. Linebacker / edge, like 6'4",
Speed
261,
rusher.
speed rusher.
Yeah.
Like he's a free agent, and if there's a guy you would target, it would be Boye Mafe.
He is your ultimate like pressures guy, not a lot of sacks guy, I think. Like 2 sacks this year, and he's never had double digit in a season. But I think there are some numbers that show like he's a lot better than the sack totals.
Yeah.
His career is 20 sacks in 4 seasons. So like those numbers are not eye-popping at all. Like that's not Max Crosby.
No.
Let alone, guys above that.
Well, the good news about having only that many sacks is, it's not going to cost you $40 million.
That's a good point.
And you've got to, of course, as a team out there like the Patriots, when they signed Milton Williams, that was big money for like a transformative player to your defense. And it worked out great for them in year one. If we're looking for things to take away from the Super Bowl and take away from the champs or the Patriots are a team that lucky schedule, lots of stuff. Like, we'll put that aside for a moment. How did they build? Free agency. They built a lot of their team through free agency. And it's maybe not a total testament to you can do it that way, but they signed a ton of like 1-year mercenaries and just guys that are going to be there for a little bit. And whether that's Diggs and Mac Hollins or if it's Milton Williams, a big number for him, that's the guy. For Boye Mafe, his market value per spot trek is $8 million.
Okay.
Which is not crazy, right?
No.
If you're a team like the Bills that can get $40 million in cap space, signing somebody like Boye Mafe, market value 2 years, 16, like that sounds like it would make sense.
His pass rush win rate, by the way, last year was higher than Max Crosby. He ranked 28th in the league. Didn't get to the quarterback a lot, but he was getting there. He was getting pressures. He was beating his man. And if he's costing me $8 million on a team that has cap problems and they don't have, they probably need a guy like that and somebody above him.
Oh, yeah.
Don't they? Like, they could, would it be too much to say they could get Max Crosby and Boye Mafe? You should have $8 million around after you make a move like that. If they were to make a move like that, if they were to get a Max Crosby, they still need to fill in the position elsewhere. It's like when this team, I don't think, had cap crunch problems like this one does, but it's like when the Bills signed Mario Williams to a $100 million contract, and like 2 days later, they signed Mark Anderson to like a $12 million a year contract for an edge rusher. Like they signed Mario Williams and they signed one of the other expensive edge rushers.
Yeah.
I don't think he ever did anything for the Bills, so it's easily forgotten. Like that would be this. You need to do more than just one big move. You probably need 4 guys at the position. And lower level contracts at edge rusher are usually like $8 million, $10 million. Like Bosa last year was not a high priced defensive end, right? Like at 12, 13 million. Like
right.
that was, that's well below market rate for the top guys. Like it's a third of it, really. So the draft picks, of course, too. But yeah, like anybody in that territory, you want to give me a reason why I should want that, and I think I'm into it.
Yeah, Bosa was 1 year, $12 million, almost 13.
Yeah,
and his cap hit, the Bills got to 5.3 because they put void years on it, and it's going to cost them.
It's cost them this year.
It's going to cost them, but that's that's a
$7 million this year. I think
that's a point for if you want to go out and acquire a Boye Mafe, like okay, what's his contract? Is it 1 year, $10 million? You can make the cap hit like 3 and push it down.
Yeah,
which lots of teams end up doing. But that's the name. So Benjamin Solak. The other names, trying to think who else he had here. He had Juwan Jennings to the Chiefs, Alec Pierce, I already mentioned, to the Patriots, Boye Mafe to the Bills. And I forget who the number 1 match was. But anyway, just kind of identifying teams that need help, teams that need to make moves at specific positions to get over the top. And then I asked you yesterday what team in the AFC is the biggest challenger to the Bills. I also thought about the NFC. Like, should we all just assume they're going to be back again?
I think they'll be good again. Back, though, as good as they were, I would really...
Tough. They were good.
They were really good.
Really good.
They were a great team. Their defense was elite. Like, I don't think their defense is probably going anywhere. But I would want to see what that offense looks like next year. And that's where, like... A small downside of having Mike McDonald as your head coach, because he won a Super Bowl and he's maybe one of the best defensive minds in the sport. So not saying you shouldn't want him as your head coach, but one of the smaller consequences that you have to deal with that is your offensive continuity is not going to be at the same rate that your defense is. And now they're about to have to be challenged with that. They are going to need a new play caller and a new offensive coordinator. And we've seen a lot of teams struggle to replace top-level guys like Clint Kubiak. The Lions just went through this, and they're late to the party. I don't know who their offensive coordinator is going to end up being, so that's a huge question. I mean, I'm not as worried about like if Kenneth Walker stays or goes, but he's great too.
And the guy behind him is not.
And the guy, right, so they would, I think, need to do something if they lose him. But yeah, like I would wonder if Darnold, with a different coordinator, will continue to play as well as he has for the last 2 years. Like, would he revert to, I don't want to think he would go all the way back to what he was with the Jets, but would he be something in between? Something in between what he was with Kevin O'Connell and Clint Kubiak?
I wonder
and what he was with Adam Gase, if he just gets random, middle-of-the-road, nothing special offensive coordinator?
Have you seen that Adam Gase is back in the league, by the way?
No. Is he?
Yeah.
Not as a coordinator, right?
Adam Gase is back.
As what?
After a 5-year hiatus, he's joining the Chargers and as an assistant focusing on the passing game.
Oh. Didn't I say the other day that I was starting to buy into the Chargers again? That's gone away. No, it's okay. I still like Mike McDaniel. Yeah, but like, I don't know who they're going to end up on. Darnold, does he need the elite play caller, the elite offensive mind that is giving some of the answers, giving easy plays, has that scheme really cooking? Like, I don't know. I don't know what he looks like if you just give him some random dude.
One would wonder how many years of being as good as he's been, because it's been 2 in a row now.
Right.
Before we just say, like, okay, we accept that he's good, and the evidence there outweighs he used to not be that good. Rappaport tweeted about Gase. Gase has worked with quarterbacks such as Peyton Manning, Jay Cutler, and Sam Darnold, setting records with Manning as OC, now set to work with Justin Herbert.
Oh my goodness.
Listing the quarterbacks that Adam Gase has worked with.
We're still out here trying to give Adam Gase credit for the Peyton Manning Broncos years. That's how we got hired twice as a head coach.
5-year hiatus. 5 years out of the league.
Jeez. Yeah, I don't. If you told me Darnold had one more good year,
then you'd buy it.
I think I'm all the way in. I think he is good. I just don't know that he is so good that he can overcome problems with his offense, because he really hasn't had to deal with much in the last 2 years that he's won. Again, he's won the Super Bowl. He's won 28 games. He's thrown for 4,000 yards and 60 touchdowns in these years. So I think he is a good quarterback. But sometimes there are these guys that are really good when everything around them is set up for you. And like Jalen Hurts is this a little bit for me. Like Jalen Hurts looks really good when he's got nice play caller, elite offensive line, elite wide receivers, elite run game. Okay, Jalen Hurts looks good. Face him with any adversity on offense. And for them, that's been play caller. That this year was, your offensive line is not as good because it's dealt with injury. And what happened? Jalen Hurts isn't that good. And I would wonder if Sam Darnold is some version of that, where you're not going to have as good of an offensive coordinator, and your line might not be as good, and your run game might not be as good, so Darnold is going to start to throw up all over himself. If he avoids that one more year, I think I'd be all the way in on him. Like that he's just a darn good, great quarterback that is going to be that for the rest of his career.
Is he Purdy? Like, Purdy is now kind of accepted as, like, this guy's pretty good. He's not that level, but he's pretty good. And put him in a good offense, and he runs a good offense well because not everybody does. I think we've kind of got an era here where the Shanahan offensive guys, the quarterbacks never get the credit.
Right.
They
And that's
never
that
get
is
it.
Purdy.
And in fact, with Darnold, he's an interesting one because he ran it with Kevin O'Connell, and he did not get the credit, and then he went somewhere else and did it again.
Yeah.
Like, all right, well, maybe this guy is worth hanging on to. Anyway, 803-0550. Joe's got trivia. We've got our shots of audio we normally do later in the show. We're going to do that at 7:30. Joe Kelly's put that together. If you've never heard that segment, we have a good time with it. So our Outlet Liquor shots of audio coming up at 7:30. Guests along the way, Joe Marino, Stephen Ellis of Daily Faceoff, and Don Granado at 9. Jeremy and Joe, join us, won't you, here on WGR. Here is the question for you and for Alt Joe and for Owen. I thought this yesterday. This is going to be a Team USA / Team Canada question. I don't want to pick them apart. So I don't want to have this be an argument about whether or not Team USA or Team Canada is better. Ready? Here we go. Mm-hmm. Write down your answer, and I'll explain the game after you write down your answer.
Okay.
And those of you in the chat and the bullpen can have this as well. Okay? Here's the question.
All right.
Pretend we're all in a class. You got to write down your answer. Nobody speak until you're ready to submit your answer.
Oh, let me get a.
Okay.
Yep.
I got a paper towel and a pen here.
Team USA or Team Canada.
Paper.
Let's accept them as equals. The question is,
Okay.
what would their record be in an 82-game NHL season? Let me give more parameters. All the players on the team still exist in the NHL.
Okay, right. There's clones.
So you're not playing.
You've cloned them.
Yes.
Okay.
You're not playing McDavidless Edmonton. That's too difficult. It's just pick if you want it to be U.S., you want it to be Canada. What would the record be of that team in an 82-game NHL season?
Okay.
And I think the best thing we can do for this is to say all four of our answers, and then the person that has the best and the person that has the worst record have to defend their turf. What do you think? You like the game? I have no idea what everyone's answer is going to be.
Yeah.
This is tough.
What would they do in an 82 game NHL season? Is everyone happy with their answer? You want to get a little more time? Would you like another clarification? Is there a question coming about depth? What do you want?
I think I'm good.
You're good? Everyone's good?
Yeah, I'm ready.
We got some answers in the chat.
Yeah. I'm ready.
We got an answer in the chat. We got
Okay.
all right. So
All right, I got it.
Who wants to go first?
I can go first if you
All
want.
right, what do you got?
All right. I've got Canada at 75-2-5, and I've got the U.S. at 73-4-5.
All right. Well, the point was to not differentiate between the two.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
So
either one.
It's fine.
Give me 75-2-5.
75-2-5.
75-2-5.
Not to say you're wrong. I just figured like an Olympic team of the highest level goes. You've got 75-2-5. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Joe Kelly, you want to next?
Sure, I'll jump in. I guess I was more conservative.
All right.
65-12-5 I had.
65-12-5.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I've got 72-10.
Okay.
I think they would not. I'm not even factoring in overtime losses. I don't think that either one of those teams is ever losing in overtime.
Yes, you guys have 5 overtime
I still
losses for
think-
these teams.
That's because I don't think they'll ever lose in regulation.
Right.
If Team USA were to come out of these games with a gold, would it not be the crowning achievement? Would not be like the 30-year plan, the 20-year plan, whatever you want to say? Like, we did it. We became the best in the world. Because I know Canada has had back-to-back golds, and Canada doesn't always win it, but Canada has had, of course, the claim to this sport forever, and they probably still will. But would they not be viewed as equals? Would that be going too far because there's not enough hardware there? It feels to me like you'd be able to claim it.
I think you'd be able to claim it.
There are so many little mile markers along the way, whether it's a number 1 overall pick or there's a year where there's the top 3 picks are U.S.-born players, like getting higher-end talent in the draft. The whole thing, it's miles and miles away from soccer. U.S. wants to say they can compete in soccer, and they're so obviously far behind.
Right.
In hockey, there aren't as many countries that are really doing it effectively, so maybe getting to the top is not as hard. But it feels like it would be the culmination of a 10, 20, however many year effort to get to the top of the mountain if they're able to do it.
Yeah, I think you would be able to say it. I mean, they have not had a tournament in so long that it'd be hard to say, well, it's just because they don't play enough. Right, it's the Four Nations last year, which the championship game goes to overtime. That's already kind of a proof of concept that you're on par. And if you were to win gold, what's the defense for you're not number 1, co-number 1 at least with Canada? It would be, well, Canada won all the golds before that. Okay, well, every player on those teams are retired other than Sidney Crosby. So what does that really do for me? Everyone that was on Team USA the last time, you would have been on top aren't playing for the team anymore. So the fact that they haven't been to the Olympics in so long means you don't have any sample size to really say, oh, no, we're the best in the world, and that hasn't been really tested with best on best. Like, this is the test, and last year was the test, and last year it was totally even. So if you win this year, then it's got to be viewed as even. It's got to be viewed as you've jumped to number 1.
Yeah.
And they've never been that.
The warm-up is coming. 20s today.
Still funny to hear.
It is funny. But next week, 40s most of the week. Highs in the 40s. The warm-up is coming. I believe. Joe, I believe. Don't take this from me.
Just want to know, what's St. Patrick's Day forecast going to be? Give me 62 for that. How far away? There was a couple of years where that day was it's mid-60s.
Yeah, it's occasionally very nice. A little over a month away from that.
Perfect.
What day of the week does it fall on this year?
Tuesday.
All right, so the parade will be 2 days before? Okay.
I would assume so, yes.
Yeah,
We're not that far
14th
off.
and 15th?
We're not that far off. We golfing in 2 months. Outside. April 12th. That's a prediction.
We're golfing April 12th?
We're golfing on April 12th.
I don't mind that.
In 2 months.
Not driving carts, though. Too wet, right? Not if you're going to drive
Maybe cart path only.
Cart path only.
Maybe cart path only.
That's your prediction. I like it. I don't mind it. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Saw a quick note from Warren Sharp. Warren Sharp was on the afternoon show yesterday. And, it's always the pursuit of explosive plays in the NFL. The 2025 numbers are in. The rate of drives that scored versus didn't score if you got a play of 15 yards on the drive. One explosive play.
Right.
If you have one play of 15 yards or more, the chances you scored on that drive, this is league-wide, is 61%. And if you didn't get an explosive play on a drive, the rate was 16.
Wow.
From 16 to 61, all in one.
Just getting one play.
One play.
Of 15-plus yards.
Your points per drive, and touchdown rate is different, too. There's score rate, there's touchdown rate, but points per drive without a single explosive play, 0.7. With one, 3.3. The defense is about preventing explosive plays, right? That's what the Bills are or have been.
Yep.
Trying to keep it all the bend but don't break idea. That's why you try it. That's why you try to do a lot of bend but don't break, is if you just bend, you don't give up points. But anyway,
right.
I saw that, and I thought it was interesting. It's the highest score rate on that kind of stuff since 2000. 61% score rate. Scores came down, but efficiency went up, and it's because of these kind of developments inside the game. Anyway, boring stuff. 803-0550, our phone number. Joe Marino at 8 o'clock at the Locked On Bills podcast. Stephen Ellis covering the Olympics from Italy at 8:30. Stephen Ellis of Daily Face-Off. And, the Olympics roll on. I saw more of that guy running up the hill. We were watching
He ran a 6-minute mile on skis.
Yeah. Up a hill.
How is that possible?
I don't know. That was also...
Is he moving faster than you would running on, like, a track?
Not if it's a 6-minute mile, no. Although it is uphill, like you said.
Like, the speed, is there something about the skis that's giving him, like, more of a push forward, if you will? It's like having bigger feet, almost. Do bigger feet make you faster?
Good question.
Because it's kind of like he's got really big, long feet.
Don't the poles help with that? You're galloping with the poles, right? And that'll give you some.
Does that might offset the hill?
Right, like that probably is like whatever
It's pushing you
25%
forward.
incline you're on.
I mean, I don't know how uphill the grade was, but a 6-minute mile is definitely slower than a 4-minute mile.
Right,
Just conceptually.
based on
Yes.
time.
Right.
Yes.
But I don't know, the sub 6-minute mile pace.
It's absurd. I saw
Cross-country
this, I brought
sprint.
it up to you guys that day. I was
Yeah,
They do look funny when they're running.
It's funny, though, because we were watching it live during that event.
Right.
And we were trying to describe, like, what is this? I've never seen anybody do this before.
Right.
And then turns out later that day, it's like, oh, yeah, no one's ever done this before. Like, oh, okay. I feel better to not have had any idea what was happening when that guy was doing that.
Right.
So anyway, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 on WGR, Jeremy and Joe. Happy Thursday, February 12th. Valentine's Day this weekend. Next year, the Super Bowl is on Valentine's Day?
It is?
It's that late?
Is that because next year are they lining it up with President's Day?
I think they are.
But would Valentine's Day be the day before President's Day? Is that possible?
I'm pretty sure it is.
Okay.
February 2027, Valentine's Day is Sunday, and it is the second Sunday in February.
You're right. It is Valentine's Day. All right.
That's a late Super Bowl.
Yeah. And it is the day before President's Day.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I care about. I mean, I'm not personally taking advantage of it because we will be here.
We'll be working.
But a lot of people will be off for the Monday after the Super Bowl, which is exactly what we need to get to as a society. We need to get the Super Bowl to a day where you're off. Where a lot of people are off the next day.
I mean, the game doesn't
Is it a
go
lot? How many?
The game doesn't go that late.
Yeah, but if you're having a party and the game ends at 10,
Sure.
and you mosey around for a half hour, then you get home at 11, 11:30. Like, it could be late. Or now maybe they could, maybe they'll push the game a little later. I don't think they would do that though, right?
No, it's another West Coast game too, another daytime game in SoFi.
I like the daytime Super Bowls.
I think it looks fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
803-0550, our number, 1-888-550-2550. U.S. Olympic team.
Look at that Jumbotron,
The men's
man.
team goes today. It is a very small
Tiniest
Jumbotron.
Jumbotron I've ever seen.
You shouldn't even call it a Jumbotron.
It's not. No, yeah, you're right. Minitron.
It's a
Tron.
It's a medium Tron.
A medium Tron.
Yeah. It's a very small Jumbotron there in the rink. Switzerland up 2-0 on France, and Team Canada plays both the women and the men later today, and then the U.S. men play later against Latvia in the afternoon, like 3 o'clock. So excited for that. We're decked out in our USA gear, ready to watch this tournament get started today. You can, of course, keep up with it here on WGR. We've got your Olympic updates and much more coming. At 8 o'clock, we'll get to Joe Marino. At 8:30, Stephen Ellis on this tournament. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. If Team USA were to come out of these games with a gold, would it not be the crowning achievement? Would it not be like the 30-year plan, the 20-year plan, whatever you want to say? Like, we did it. We became the best in the world. Because I know Canada has had back-to-back golds, and Canada doesn't always win it, but Canada has had, of course, the claim to this sport forever, and they probably still will. But would they not be viewed as equals? Would that be going too far because there's not enough hardware there? It feels to me like you'd be able to claim it.
I think you'd be able to claim it.
There are so many little mile markers along the way, whether it's a number 1 overall pick or there's a year where there's the top 3 picks are U.S.-born players, like getting higher-end talent in the draft. The whole thing, it's miles and miles away from soccer. U.S. wants to say they can compete in soccer, and they're so obviously far behind.
Right.
In hockey, there aren't as many countries that are really doing it effectively,
right.
So maybe getting to the top is not as hard. But it feels like it would be the culmination of a 10, 20, however many year effort to get to the top of the mountain if they're able to do it.
Yeah, I think you would be able to say it. I mean, they have not had a tournament in so long that it'd be hard to say, well, it's just because they don't play enough, right? It's the Four Nations last year, which the championship game goes to overtime. That's already kind of a proof of concept that you're on par. And if you were to win gold, what's the defense for you're not number one, co-number one at least, with Canada? It would be, well, Canada won all the golds before that. Okay, well, every player on those teams are retired other than Sidney Crosby. So what does that really do for me? Everyone that was on Team USA the last time, you would have been on top aren't playing for the team anymore. So the fact that they haven't been to the Olympics in so long means you don't have any sample size to really say, oh, no, we're the best in the world, and that hasn't been really tested with best on best. Like, this is the test, and last year was the test, and last year it was totally even. So if you win this year, then it's got to be viewed as even. It's got to be viewed as you've jumped to number one.
Yep.
And they've never been that.
The men's Olympic hockey tournament officially underway. Rasmus Dahlin saw action already with Team Sweden yesterday. He ended up with 3 assists in his first outing and helped Sweden defeat Italy 5-2. Tage Thompson and Team USA get underway today against Latvia. Puck drop set for 3:10. For a preview on more of the ice hockey tournament, visit the pieces by Paul Hamilton and Brayton Wilson on our website, WGR550.com. Some brief Bills injury news. Cornerback Dorian Strong has successfully had surgery on his neck injury from this past season. He announced on Instagram. Updates from the Olympic Games. France won the gold medal in figure skating. Ice dance, edging out Team USA, who secured a silver medal. American Jordan Stolz took gold in the 1,000-meter men's speed skating competition. And American freestyle skiers Elizabeth Lemley and Jalen Kolf won gold and silver. Now a look at the gold medal rankings. Norway still on top, 13 total medals, 7 of them gold. Italy now in second, 14 total medals, 5 gold, 2 silver, 7 bronze. The USA in third, 12 total medals still, 4 gold, 6 silver, and 2 bronze. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Kelly for WGR Sports Radio 550.
I've had GMs, front office executives, scouts who have been looking at this free agent class and saying, not a great class. These teams have done a great job at tying up their own players long-term and making sure that they don't get to free agency. When we talk about the draft, and we'll see how it shakes out over time, people aren't all that excited about the draft either. So we got a free agent class that's not real deep. We've got a draft that is not considered real deep. And you know what that tells me, Dan?
More trades?
That's what it tells me.
Adam Schefter on the offseason.
I'm all in for that.
More trades. People aren't that excited about the draft. Speak for yourself. I always find a way to get excited about the draft. Hey, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Happy Thursday. It's, it's Thursday. I was thinking of the Olympics are helping, and this hockey tournament's going to help a bit.
Yes, they are.
But the post-Super Bowl football withdrawal, there's a little bit out there. We've got a Max Crosby update. I'm going to put up a Twitter poll about this as well. But
there's an immediate withdrawal
crash,
right after.
an immediate crash of all the stuff is kind of gone. The coaching cycle. This is another reason to get the coaching cycle to happen now instead of during the playoffs.
Yeah, right.
NFL could still kind of own, all the headlines, all the stories with having the coaching search be now.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right, you want the Max Crosby update. So he was on with Jim Gray on the Let's Go podcast, which is Tom Brady's podcast, right? Yep, interesting. Tom Brady's podcast. Max Crosby's on that. Crosby is doing something that players in his spot, I don't think they often do this. He is kind of deferring on all things and he does not want to throw gasoline on the fire.
Yep.
As reports of his interest in leaving Vegas get out there. This is a recap by Kevin Patra, senior news writer, NFL.com. Some of the quotes here he pulled from this podcast. So Crosby wrote, "My focus has been on getting healthy because that's all I can control right now. Mm-hmm. That's all that matters to me is being with my daughters, being with my wife, taking care of myself. People are going to have rumors. I just looked at my phone. I've been working all morning. Everyone's hitting me up. Did you see this? I can't control that. You earn that as a player. If I wasn't doing the right things, and if I wasn't the person and player I was, people wouldn't be talking about all the nonsense. But that's what comes with it. If you have drama, if you have a losing season, they just throw gasoline on the fire and make things a certain way. For me, I know what I'm about. I know what I represent. I really don't care what everybody has to say. I used to a lot as a young guy. People can have their own opinions. I know what's going on. I know my truth, and I don't need to sit here and keep rehashing it to people that don't know what's going on, so I don't even waste time with it." It's a pretty strong kind of rebuttal to the rumor machine, but it's definitely not I'm going to be a Raider.
No,
There's
it's not
nothing in there that says what you're hearing is nonsense. It's more of all of the reaction to this core story is a little bit much for his taste.
Yeah. And also, it's getting out there from somebody. Like, it's not on...
As Jay Glazer said,
blognflsphere.net. Like, it's on, right, Jay Glazer is talking
said
about
he thinks it happens before the draft.
Yeah.
A little bit more from Crosby here. I have a lot of goals, but I do want to win. That's all that matters ultimately. I want to be in a place where I'm 100% myself. I just want to focus on football. That's truly what I want. People that know me know I'm about the work and the football. I just want to play football and be left the bleep alone, period. And the people that don't understand that don't bleeping know me. People can say whatever they want, but truly, I don't give a bleep besides playing football and winning football games. I give my whole life to this sport every single day.
I mean, it's strong, but again, he's not really saying, I'm definitely going to be a Raider in 2026. Like, you just don't, I don't know. I think he is maybe referencing some idea that he's, like, betraying the Raiders or something, and maybe he's seen something like that. But I don't know why he would be so upset at things that are getting out there, probably from, like, his agent.
Mm-hmm.
It's either his own agent or his own team. Like, okay, it's not coming from you, but it's either your team or your agent that's putting out the idea that, or I guess the one other alternative it could be is it is other general managers, there's other teams that are maybe trying to fuel it to try to, play the game a little bit because they want him. And the more that is out there in the news, then maybe you think that increases the likelihood that he could actually be dealt. I guess that's a possibility. Like that it's Howie Roseman or somebody that's out there doing it. But I don't know. I still think that there's too many credible reports and from credible reporters that are talking about him actually leaving to think that anything he just said dismisses all of it. I think he's definitely an idea to still have, to be worth talking about.
Is this the current favorite idea for the Mafia? Maybe it is only because we don't have other names that have been rumored to be traded. But
right.
I was thinking about putting together a Twitter poll on this, and I've got it written out. If the price is, and then what's the price? Like a first for Max. If it's just your first round pick for Max Crosby, what percentage of Bills fans would say yes? Let's go, do it.
I would bet 75% would be into that as an idea. It would be exciting. It's a star player.
It's definitely a good player.
Yeah.
He's immediately your...
Is he your
second best player?
Second or third best player? He's in your top three. He's, was he all pro level guy how recently? A couple years ago? 2 years ago? Like, he would, talent-wise, become one of these blue chippers that we've been talking about for years. Yep. The Bills not landing on, whether that's developing that person through the draft or whether that is signing them or trading for them since Diggs, since Von Miller, which is years ago now. They've not landed on a guy like that. And this would be the closest thing to that they've acquired or developed or anything. He would rocket to the top of the list. And I think that he would help along the idea that the Bills' defense is going to go from a defense that was probably around middle of the pack last year, and that there is some disappointment with what they've done on the overall in the playoffs, to, okay, that's going to change now. I've got Jim Leonard, and I'm going to be more of an attacking pass rush, and this guy is a great all-around defensive end. So I think there would be legitimate excitement around it. I think most people would probably be willing to pay a first-round pick and then probably something else as a
little
throw-in.
something else, right? Right. There's probably other stuff to pay. It probably costs a little bit more than
like
just
a first, a fourth, and some player that's young that you want Landon Jackson. It's like the deepest of throw-ins.
Sure. That makes. I guess
Landon Jackson, a fourth, and a first. Like there you go.
Yeah.
Fourth and Jackson aren't much to add on.
No, not at all. Not at all.
It's something to make it look like a bigger deal for the other team.
Sure, I want to kind of keep it as simple as possible. Like Crosby for your first as the primary piece in the deal.
Yep.
Right now it's 73% saying yes for that. To this point though about like what it would mean to acquire him, NFL's the top 100 players. I always like using the NFL top 100. You've got your PFF, you got your pass rush win rate. There's a million ways to grade players, and the NFL top 100 isn't always perfect, but it's what the players think of the players, right? When you're named the number one player on the NFL's top 100, It's a big compliment. That's Lamar, Mahomes, that's Saquon Barkley, Tyreek Hill. Last year, Allen's number 3 behind Lamar and Saquon Barkley for the best players. Crosby last year was number 22. Trey Hendrickson was 14, by the way. But that's before last year. Crosby was number 22. The year before that, he was number 10. Mm-hmm. Like, without being super scientific about it, for me, these last couple off seasons have been about get me more players on the top 100. I just need needle movers, guys that the other players in the league notice and think this guy makes a big difference. Instead of everybody thinks their own players are underrated, right? Oh, Christian Benford and Khalil Shakir and nice players are not getting enough credit. How about a guy that is getting enough credit, right? I know that's kind of a weird thing to say. I just like more players that are more universally accepted as good because they, chances are, probably are very good. If Max Crosby is the crown jewel of the offseason, because I don't mean the league. Like the Bills make this move, first-round pick and whatever. Nothing we're going to balk at for Crosby. Like, could that just do the job? I think so. It does eat up a lot of cap and use draft assets. And to me, the number one argument against it is simply that. If you acquire him, you're probably restructuring/extending. You do not want that kind of cap hit. We had Mike Giannetti on yesterday of Spot Track. Mike said the Bills can create basically $40 million in cap space with restructures. And if they get Crosby, his cap hit's like 30.
30.7, yeah.
So you're only doing that unless you're going to restructure or extend or do something different.
Right. You'll do that after he gets here.
Yes.
You'll lower it.
Yeah, you only need the money to make the move. But if you want to restructure, you can save $21 million on him by doing that. So that seems to me to be like an easy restructure candidate.
Yeah. I don't know, though, that he is the number – I'd be nitpicking. If he's not the number one idea, he's the number 2 idea, right? Because of Hendrickson.
Hendrickson's number 1?
He's my number 1.
It's just because no draft capital.
No draft capital.
To me, that would make sense.
Better pass rusher, not as good of a run defender, but I'm more interested in the pass rushing part of it. He is a couple of years older, right? But I would rather have the better pass rusher that I don't have to trade draft capital for. But again, I'm not trying to be too picky here. Like, if Crosby is their big move of the offseason, fantastic. Great.
Yep.
Like, you did it. You got the blue chip guy. You didn't do it last offseason. You successfully executed it this year. And you lower the cap, and sure, you traded your first-round pick with probably to make that deal happen, but it would be the best move. It would be the biggest move that they've made at that position since Von. And he's 5 years younger than when you acquired Von. Like, Von was we're trying to win it this year, and then probably the next year, and then who knows what he is. Right. At 36.
Which, by the way, he was still good last year.
He had 9 sacks last year, 37, off a major injury a couple years prior. So, he stays healthy, and maybe that could have been a 4 to 5 year relationship with Von. Crosby at 29, I'd want that to be something that is more than
4 to 5 years?
Yeah, 4 to 5 years.
Right.
Like, you would hope he could play well at least that long into his career. So, I'd be being picky if I told you that he's not my number 1 idea, but he's doing the job of this offseason, which I think is they got to get more top-level talent in the building.
82% saying yes. Yes on Crosby for a first. Would do it. So we do want this. He is,
and I don't mind, by the way, like if he is the move, their most expensive move, like their offseason will be about defense again.
Mm-hmm. Which we expect.
I don't mind that. Like, that would be your first-round pick. Huge asset. That'd be the most money you're giving. Huge asset. Like, you're pouring your draft capital and your available money into defense. And I don't mind that. It would have to come with, hopefully, a couple of mid to lower level moves on the offense. The line needs addressing in the middle. You're not signing Connor McGovern and David Edwards, I assume, if you trade for Max Crosby. You're not doing anything big at receiver in free agency or in the trade market, but that might be fine for us anyway because, draft seems like a better idea anyway. So I like how it could fit. I like how it could fit if you were to trade Crosby, how the rest of your offseason would come together. I got a couple more things to do, right? Like, I got to get a safety in the room, I got to get another linebacker, and I got to get, like, a young receiver. And that, to me, you could all do without having to spend 25, 30 million like you would on your edge rusher.
Mentioned yesterday there's a fun site called sticktothemodel.com where you can do full off seasons all the way down to like cap cuts and restructures and the draft and free agency, and you get trade offers too. Like a team just offers you picks for Dawson Knox.
Did you say the trades aren't very good though?
I've been working through it to see if there's a trade that I feel like seems reasonable because trade calls kind of come in and you're like, oh sure, I'll take a 3rd round pick for this. But anyway, sticktothemodel.com. It's fun. Good way to waste a couple minutes.
More and more, by the way, on Knox, I'm hoping like that's one of those moves they can make. That they'll just be cutthroat. Like, I know he's best friends with Josh, and he's been here, and he's met a lot to the locker room, but it's not even, to me, about like what he does for your offense that Kincaid can't do and what Jackson Hawes can't do, because they're kind of in this weird spot, aren't they, with those two, which is that Kincaid can't really do everything at tight end because he can't stay healthy enough. And Hawes is valuable to you for one specific thing, and you don't view him as somebody that could do all the things Knox does, right? Like, he's not running routes and catching passes the way he is.
He probably caught more than I don't know. Did he catch more than they thought he would last year?
Maybe, but I don't know how much you think you can expand on that.
No.
But Knox is so expensive, and I think even if you were to restructure him or whatever, like, moving on from him to me is not scary at all.
Well, the thing about that is...
I'm looking at the list of free agent tight ends, and there are guys that are projected to get $1-2 million. Like, Noah Fant, Tyler Conklin, Adam Troutman, Foster Moreau. These tight ends that I think are not that different than Knox.
Well,
that cost nothing.
That might be true, but like the difference between, if you're talking about Knox, an extension in the right way and asking a pay cut could save as much as like $8 million, or a structure saves $7 million. And a trade, if you want to do that, a trade saves like $9 million. So if the difference in the trade or an outright release, a release saves about 9.6 also. So if the difference is the same price as that player you're talking about, I don't know if it's Foster Moreau or whoever it might be, the specific fit, don't you feel like you should just keep him? Like continuity, knows the offense. I could make this move you're calling cutthroat to show we're going to make some changes and then bring in a guy, and my net cost is roughly the same.
If you can save the same $8 million, $9 million that you would by cutting him, by restructuring, or by
the pay cut,
the pay cut,
then
that would be okay to me. But again, $1-2 million tight ends that I don't think you're seeing that far of a drop off on for a role that's not that big anyway. Like, I'd rather if it comes down to, well, I can have Knox on a pay cut, or I could cut him, pay $2 million to a tight end, have $4 or $5 million to do something else with. To me, that would be the decision to make.
803-0550. Switzerland up 2-0 on France. The Canadian women play at 8:30. The Canadian men play at 10:40. The U.S. plays 3 o'clock this afternoon as the hockey is going full force. We've got it on in here, so hopefully you have a chance to get away and watch some of this on whatever.
This one's on Peacock.
Peacock, all right. Yeah. The U.S. men is just flat out television, or are we also Peacock?
These
are things I should know.
That is an excellent question. Like the TV schedule for the Olympics?
Right. There'll be games.
I mean, that game will 1,000% be on TV, so I don't think you have to worry about that. But where it is a good question. I'll find that for you.
All right. 803-0550 to join us on WGR. For the Bills, it's a name that I'm not sure if everybody will know exactly what it is. If you watched him in the Super Bowl, you would. This would kind of smack of New England signing Milton Williams after they beat the Chiefs, and Milton Williams is their big prize free agent. Yep. He goes to New England. It is, of course, pull up the first name here. Boye Mafe.
Oh, okay.
Edge guy Boye Mafe. Linebacker / edge. Like, 6'4",
Speed
261
rusher.
speed rusher.
Yeah.
Like, he's a free agent, and if there's a guy you would target, it would be Boye Mafe.
He is your ultimate, like, pressures guy, not a lot of sacks guy, I think. Like, 2 sacks this year, and he's never had double-digit in a season. But I think there are some numbers that show, like, he's a lot better than the sack totals.
Yeah.
His career is 20 sacks in 4 seasons. So, like, those numbers are not eye-popping at all. Like, that's not Max Crosby.
No.
Let alone, guys above that.
Well, the good news about having only that many sacks is, it's not going to cost you $40 million.
That's a good point.
And you've got to, of course, as a team out there like the Patriots, when they signed Milton Williams, that was big money for like a transformative player to your defense. And it worked out great for them in year one. If we're looking for things to take away from the Super Bowl and take away from the champs or the Patriots are a team that lucky schedule, lots of stuff. Like, we'll put that aside for a moment. How did they build? Free agency. They built a lot of their team through free agency. And it's maybe not a total testament to you can do it that way, but they signed a ton of, like, one-year mercenaries and just guys that are going to be there for a little bit. And whether that's Diggs and Mac Hollins or if it's Milton Williams, a big number for him, that's the guy. For Boye Mafe, his market value per spot trek is $8 million.
Okay.
Which is not crazy, right?
No.
If you're a team like the Bills that can get $40 million in cap space, signing somebody like Boye Mafe, market value 2 years, 16, like, that sounds like it would make sense.
His pass rush win rate, by the way, last year was higher than Max Crosby. He ranked 28th in the league. Didn't get to the quarterback a lot, but he was getting there. He was getting pressures. He was beating his man. And if he's costing me $8 million on a team that has cap problems and they don't have, they probably need a guy like that and somebody above him.
Oh, yeah.
Don't they? Like, they could, would it be too much to say they could get Max Crosby and Boye Mafe?
If Team USA were to come out of these games with a gold, would it not be the crowning achievement? Would not be like the 30-year plan, the 20-year plan, whatever you want to say? Like, we did it. We became the best in the world. Because I know Canada has had back-to-back golds, and Canada doesn't always win it, but Canada has had, of course, the claim to this sport forever, and they probably still will. But would they not be viewed as equals? Would that be going too far because there's not enough hardware there? It feels to me like you'd be able to claim it.
I think you'd be able to claim it.
There are so many little mile markers along the way, whether it's a number 1 overall pick or there's a year where there's the top 3 picks are U.S.-born players. Like, getting higher-end talent in the draft. The whole thing, it's miles and miles away from soccer. U.S. wants to say they can compete in soccer, and they're so obviously far behind.
Right.
In hockey, there aren't as many countries that are really doing it effectively, so maybe getting to the top is not as hard. But it feels like it would be the culmination of a 10, 20, however many year effort to get to the top of the mountain if they're able to do it.
Yeah, I think you would be able to say it. I mean, they have not had a tournament in so long that it'd be hard to say, well, it's just because they don't play enough, right? It's the Four Nations last year, which the championship game goes to overtime. That's already kind of a proof of concept that you're on par. And if you were to win gold, what's the defense for you're not number 1, co-number 1 at least with Canada? It would be, well, Canada won all the golds before that. Okay, well, every player on those teams are retired other than Sidney Crosby. So what does that really do for me? Everyone that was on Team USA the last time, you would have been on top aren't playing for the team anymore. So the fact that they haven't been to the Olympics in so long means you don't have any sample size to really say, oh, no, we're the best in the world, and that hasn't been really tested with best on best. Like, this is the test, and last year was the test, and last year it was totally even. So if you win this year, then it's got to be viewed as even. It's got to be viewed as you've jumped to number 1.
Yep.
And they've never been that.
The men's Olympic hockey tournament underway. Rasmus Dahlin saw action already with Team Sweden yesterday. He ended up with 3 assists in his first outing and helped Sweden defeat Italy 5-2. Tage Thompson and Team USA get underway today against Latvia. Puck drop set for 3:10. For a preview on more of the ice hockey tournament, visit the pieces by Paul Hamilton and Brayton Wilson up on our website, WGR550.com. Some brief Bills injury news. Cornerback Dorian Strong has successfully had surgery on his neck from this past season. He announced on Instagram. Updates from the Olympic Games. France won the gold medal in figure skating ice dance, edging out Team USA, who secured a silver medal. American Jordan Stolz took gold in the 1,000-meter men's speed skating competition. American freestyle skiers Elizabeth Lemley and Jalen Koff won gold and silver. Now a look at the gold medal rankings. Norway still on the top, 13 total medals, 7 of them gold. Italy in second with 14 total medals, 5 gold, 2 silver, and 7 bronze. And they jumped the USA, who's now in third with 12 total medals, 4 gold, 6 silver, and 2 bronze. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
All right, so our Outlet Liquor Shots of Audio, it's a segment we put together on Thursdays. Joe Cali runs this one, Alt Joe. Delivers us some stuff maybe we haven't heard, and we react to it.
Yes.
I'm currently reacting to Pierre LeBrun reminding fans that in the men's Olympic hockey tournament, it's 3 points for a 60-minute win, 2 points for an overtime shootout win, 1 point for an overtime shootout loss. Interesting.
I think he's been one of the pro 3-2-1 guys in the NHL, hasn't he? Pierre LeBrun?
Let's hope so.
I think I've seen him argue for it.
Anyway.
I'd like to see that transfer over.
You would love it. All right, Joe,
awesome.
what do we got?
All right, so we're going to start things off. We got Joey Porter here. We talked about Tom Brady for a while, kind of getting flack for the I don't have a dog in this fight kind of a thing, and former teammates kind of speaking out against that. This is a little more on the serious note, I guess, but Joey Porter not really mincing words about Ben Roethlisberger.
7 definitely broke the brotherhood because, like,
that's the one I don't understand.
The 7 did that we don't talk about.
I know.
Is crazy. Like out of anybody should talk, he should never grab a microphone and really talk Steeler business. Yeah, won the Super Bowl with him, but the person, he's just not a good teammate. Like, he knows that. Anybody in the Steeler building knows that, but we protected him because I've only won 1 Super Bowl. And that was my quarterback. So do I love my quarterback? Yeah, but is he a good person? No.
Wow. The most interesting thing for me in that clip is it's Diana Rossini with him, right?
Yeah.
Like, Joey Porter's like, he's a bad teammate. The things we don't talk about. And Diana goes, yeah. Like
she knows.
There are some stories, apparently, that we don't, never mind the stories that we do know about.
Mm-hmm. Right. There's some stuff out there that everybody that's in the know knows and can't really talk about.
It takes a lot for a teammate to so publicly say that.
Sometimes it happens after retirement, though. Like Greg Jennings did this to Rodgers.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it probably isn't that common. Maybe I can count on one hand. So, okay, Roethlisberger.
Yes.
A jerk?
Reportedly.
Yeah.
Not a good
teammate.
Allegedly.
He said not a good teammate, not a good person.
But, they protect him because he won the Super Bowl, I guess. So the next one, we go into a little more lighthearted, fun. John Schneider, the GM for the Seattle Seahawks, he was at the party with a red Solo Cup in his hand on the mic yesterday.
Okay.
He was talking about Kenneth Walker here. Pretty interesting. The silence will speak volumes. You'll catch it in a second.
To Ken Walker being the MVP, let's go! Woo! He tried negotiating with me 5 minutes ago. It was really weird. Anyway, hey, MVP!
Yikes.
Quick pivot. The MVP.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
It's not that bad of an attempted joke. It's probably not the crowd for it.
Right.
No, yeah.
Like it's the
No,
it's
a cap
the
joke.
parade. It's the parade.
Yeah, a contract negotiation joke during the parade.
Yeah, it's
Not great.
Clearly having a good time up there, though. So, I mean, good thing.
The face Walker was making, like, we can't play the clip on, we're on radio here, but Walker was standing right next to him, just like shaking his head with
Was it as bad as A.J. Brown looking at Nick Sirianni?
Ooh, good question. Two peas in a pod there, Walker and Brown.
Yeah. So, yeah, we don't know we didn't get any update on that. The next one, it's an Olympics play-by-play call here. Big Air, the men's Big Air event.
Okay.
Commentator had some choice words. He was hot mic'd going into the commercial. He didn't know his mic was on. Here we go.
That was boring. That was so boring. Qualifier was way more exciting.
Straight up. That was so boring.
That was so boring.
That's tough.
Big Air? What happened during that run of Big Air that isn't Big Air like one of the more exciting
That's what
things
I
that
was
they got?
It's like a mini ski jump, but they're doing tricks off the Big Air.
Right.
Like,
That's got a rule. I don't know. Even watching people fall has got to be fun doing that. Like, come on.
Thought he was in commercial break.
Get it together.
Man.
Tough
scene there. The last one, a returning act here. Mad Dog. He's back.
For those of you just hearing shots of audio for the first time, Chris Russo does make a lot of appearances.
He is our all-time leader, I believe.
Yeah, he is.
It's a battle to keep him off the list.
It is.
Every week.
Last week he was threatening, but we were like, we got to do a week without Mad Dog. But this one, I mean, we've talked about the halftime show, Bad Bunny. We liked it. He might have been watching a completely different halftime show on like the Boomerang Network. Here it is.
You did not belong in the game. And that game was, again, unless you bet all sorts of props, read Chris Russo. I don't know how you stuck with it. And I am not talking about Bugs Bunny at the half either, as I could care less.
All right.
Bugs Bunny.
This guy is on fire.
I don't think I'm giving it to Mad Dog this week.
Not this week.
No.
I would give it this week to the Big Air guy shouting it's boring.
Big Air guy's good.
No arborist comments this week either.
No.
Saved us. The John Schneider with that bomb joke was pretty tough. It's a real bad look.
It's an all-time parade moment.
It really is. Like, you just can't end up in that spot.
No.
Just dying up
The
there.
leader in the clubhouse for worst parade moment is definitely Brett Hull, right?
Oh, my goodness.
Oh.
Easily the worst ever.
Without question.
We went blues.
We went blues. Instead of let's go blues, we went blues.
Was the chant that he tried to start as he was blasted on the stage.
How does he get? We don't need to.
I don't even know.
Like,
I'm trying to think of
what were we doing?
There's also Bill Belichick chanting "No days off,"
right,
like 20 times in a row.
Yeah.
To people who are off from work at a
Right.
parade. I just thought that was interesting.
Yep.
All-time greatest parade moments.
The Jason Kelsey speech.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't really remember much about it. I remember he was dressed
Jason
up.
Kelsey?
Was he dressed up? And
I think you find it in the system real quick.
Oh, yeah. Hey, I'll look.
He's wearing a costume and he's going through the list of all the doubts that everybody had of everybody that's on the team, and he just keeps going for like 10 minutes. I think the one I remember most is he shouts late, like, because again, he's just shouting things that people say about people on the Eagles. At one point, he just shouts, "Lane Johnson can't stay off the juice." There were a lot of good ones, though. That was his breakout.
Jason Kelsey.
Yeah.
Right.
I was not familiar with him and his game at all before he got on the stage dressed as like a wizard and started screaming at the podium about who knows what.
Right. It was that year with the tush push coming into play, and he was kind of a focal point with that, and then he dressed up and like he blew up.
I don't know if we played it. We talked about it off air. We should do another honorable mention, a throwback to that time that Switzerland's coach was asked about playing Canada.
Oh, yes, we should do
Did
that.
we play that?
No, I think we listened to it in the break.
We listened to it in a break. We
Yeah.
did not play it on the air.
So
It's
this is
awesome.
at the Olympics in which year?
No, it's at the World Juniors.
World Juniors.
The World
Okay.
Juniors here.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
The World Juniors, the Swiss team playing against Team Canada. And the coach is asked, like, what are you going to tell your team? And it's one of the all-time greatest interviews of a coach being honest instead of just, whatever it takes. Joe's grabbing it here. an honorable mention. If you've never heard this, it's 1 minute start to finish on like what are you going to tell these young kids playing against these Canadian kids? This is Switzerland, right? Is it Switzerland?
It was
Okay.
Switzerland's head coach. I don't remember the name of the coach.
Joe's getting it right here. We'll get it for you.
But it is, it's an acceptance of what do you want me to do? Playing Canada.
All right, we got it right here. Here we go. All
right.
Back in there. Like a Canada team who dominates us again, and we try to hold against.
This is before
you learn about them in the pre-tournament game you played. Learn that we are far away from them still. They're faster, they're bigger, they're stronger, they can shoot better, they can pass better, they can do everything better.
So is this what you'll tell your team? Like, what do you say to your team?
Exactly that. and try to fight against. What I want to say, they have like, I don't know, how many other first rounders they have? How many?
7.
Huh?
7.
And the rest in the second round?
Yeah.
Huh? And one in the fourth round who play like the most NHL games so far? So what I want to tell against? We just battle and try to battle. We have one in the fourth round too, one. And the rest is not drafted.
Is it good, though, that you can kind of be the underdog and no pressure?
Well, for pressure, I don't know that word, pressure. We don't have pressure at all.
Everything about that interview is beautiful. The best part, though, is you can tell, like the one writer, is this what you're going to tell your team? Exactly that.
Is
I'm going to tell them exactly that.
There's something about his accent too that really makes it awesome.
Yeah.
He's just so
And
like
it's the accent, and also like the first question there is like, what are you expecting? Like,
that first,
the multiple times where he gives the,
just I don't know, man.
Is this what you're going to tell your team? Exactly that.
Yeah.
Gotta respect it.
I actually just told them that. That's why I'm telling you now.
What's his name? Swiss coach. I want him.
Oh, I don't remember.
Christian Wohlwend is his name.
I want to give the.
What's he up to?
Can we give him the win for the week, even though it happened years ago?
Yes,
I
think we can.
I think we can do whatever.
Honorable mention for the Olympic Games.
A throwback.
Someone
the World
tweeted in
Championships.
another parade moment when I think I remember this. A girl fell off the stage at the Rams parade, and Stafford just turned around and said, "Peace."
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah. And he just didn't go to help. That was
no,
like the
right?
whole thing.
He didn't move a muscle.
Yeah. He was just like, oh.
Just watched it happen.
He might not have. They were at a point where I'm not sure everyone knew what was happening.
Yikes!
At that parade.
All right.
True. If the Bills have a parade, the '90s guys get up on a podium like Brett Hull did?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Definitely.
Yes.
All right.
This has been the Outlet Liquor Best Shots of Audio, powered by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? We do it once a week. Exactly that. We can tell your team? Exactly that. All right. We still have trivia today, right?
Yes.
You've got trivia?
Yes.
Joe's got some trivia to get to. And then Joe Marino, the Locked On Bills podcast. Also Stephen Ellis, Daily Faceoff on the Olympic hockey tournament. Don Granado at 9. It's all coming up here on WGR. Here is the question for you and for Alt Joe and for Owen. I thought this yesterday. This is going to be a Team USA / Team Canada question. I don't want to pick them apart. So I don't want to have this be an argument about whether or not Team USA or Team Canada is better. Ready? Here we go. Mm-hmm. Write down your answer, and I'll explain the game after you write down your answer.
Okay.
And those of you in the chat and the bullpen can have this as well. Okay? Here's the question.
All right.
Pretend we're all in a class. You got to write down your answer. Nobody speak until you're ready to submit your answer.
Let me get a.
Okay.
Yep. I got a paper towel and a pen here.
Team USA or Team Canada.
Paper.
Let's accept them as equals. The question is,
okay,
what would their record be in an 82-game NHL season? Let me give more parameters. All the players on the team still exist in the NHL.
Okay, right. There's clones.
So you're not playing.
You've cloned them.
Yes.
Okay.
You're not playing McDavidless Edmonton. That's too difficult. It's just. Pick if you want it to be U.S., you want it to be Canada. What would the record be of that team in an 82-game NHL season?
Okay.
And I think the best thing we can do for this is to say all four of our answers, and then the person that has the best and the person that has the worst record have to defend their turf. What do you think? You like the game? I have no idea what everyone's answer is going to be.
Yeah.
This is tough.
What would they do in an 82 game NHL season? Is everyone happy with their answer? You want to get a little more time? Would you like another clarification? Is there a question coming about depth? What do you want?
I think
no,
I'm good.
You're good? Everyone's good?
Yeah, I'm ready.
We got some answers in the chat.
Yeah, I'm ready.
We got an answer in the chat. We got...
Okay.
All right. So
I got it.
Who wants to go first?
I can go first if you
All
want.
right. What do you got?
All right. I've got Canada at 75-2-5, and I've got the U.S. at 73-4-5.
All right. Well, the point was to not differentiate between the two.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
So
either one.
It's fine.
Give me 75-2-5.
75-2-5.
75-2-5.
Not to say you're wrong. I just figured like an Olympic team of the highest level goes. You've got 75-2-5. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Joe Cali, you want to next?
Sure, I'll jump in. I guess I was more conservative.
All right.
65-12-5 I had.
65-12-5.
Okay.
All right.
I've got 72-10.
Okay.
I think they would not. I'm not even factoring in overtime losses. I don't think that either one of those teams is ever losing in overtime.
Yes, you guys have 5 overtime losses for these teams.
That's because I don't think they'll ever lose in regulation.
Right.
For the Bills, it's a name that I'm not sure if everybody will know exactly who it is. If you watched him in the Super Bowl, you would. This would kind of smack of New England signing Milton Williams after they beat the Chiefs, and Milton Williams is their big prize free agent.
Yep.
He goes to New England. It is, of course, pull up the first name here. Sorry, Boye Mafe.
Okay.
Edge guy Boye Mafe. Linebacker / edge, like 6'4",
speed
261,
rusher.
speed rusher.
Yeah.
Like he's a free agent, and if there's a guy you would target, it would be Boye Mafe.
He is your ultimate like pressures guy, not a lot of sacks guy, I think. Like 2 sacks this year, and he's never had double digit in a season. But I think there are some numbers that show like he's a lot better than the sack totals.
Yeah.
His career is 20 sacks in 4 seasons. So like those numbers are not eye-popping at all. Like that's not Max Crosby.
No.
Let alone, guys above that.
Well, the good news about having only that many sacks is it's not going to cost you $40 million.
That's a good point.
And you've got to, of course, as a team out there like the Patriots, when they signed Milton Williams, that was big money for like a transformative player to your defense, and it worked out great for them in year one. If we're looking for things to take away from the Super Bowl and take away from the champs or the Patriots are a team that lucky schedule, lots of stuff. Like, we'll put that aside for a moment. How did they build? Free agency. They built a lot of their team through free agency. And it's maybe not a total testament to you can do it that way, but they signed a ton of like 1-year mercenaries and just guys that are going to be there for a little bit. And whether that's Diggs and Mac Hollins or if it's Milton Williams, a big number for him, that's the guy. For Boye Mafe, his market value per spot trek is $8 million.
Okay.
Which is not crazy, right?
No.
If you're a team like the Bills that can get $40 million in cap space, signing somebody like Boye Mafe, market value 2 years, 16, like that sounds like it would make sense.
His pass rush win rate, by the way, last year was higher than Max Crosby. He ranked 28th in the league. All right. Hockey trivia. It's the start of the Olympics.
Ready.
Over yesterday and today. Team USA in action later today at 3 o'clock. Can you tell me the 8 Americans in Sabres history that have 250 points or more for the team?
So we're looking for 250 points with the Sabres.
By an American.
As Americans.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I shall effort this.
Good. I hope so.
right. Pat LaFontaine.
Number 2, 385 points for LaFontaine.
Tim Connolly.
Tim Connolly, 7th, 320 points for the Sabres.
Phil Housley.
Regular season only. Phil Housley's number 1, 558.
Okay. The toughest part is remembering who's an American.
Who is
right?
American, yes.
Yeah. There are how many? 8?
There were 8.
You're looking for the top 8?
You've got 3 of them.
Should we enlist the help of the chat? The chat will have this. Chris Drury?
No, didn't play enough games. Yeah. 189.
Pominville.
U.S.,
You
right?
know?
No?
He's not on my list, but that's because... No, I'm not Pominville on my list. I know he maybe should be because he plays internationally for the U.S.
Yeah, but he's Canadian.
From Canada. In NHL.com doesn't list him.
Okay,
that's right.
Because it's place of origin.
These are American born.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So I
Okay.
kind of want to give you half credit.
I will accept half credit. I don't need any more than that.
Because he definitely
That's
had 250 points.
Did Jack play enough games?
Yes,
he did. 355 points for Eichel.
I feel like I should have gotten that one.
Yeah. Did we say Tage?
Tage, third, 375 points. 10 points away from LaFontaine.
Wow.
How about that? Tage is 10 points away from a guy whose number's in the rafters.
That's pretty wild.
He's played a few more games.
Yeah.
You're only missing 3.
Got an era,
years.
An era for me here.
You got 3 different eras. You've got old school, you've got new school, and you got in between.
Okay. Mid school.
Oh, Mike Ramsey.
Mike Ramsey,
your old school.
329 points. He played the most games, 911 games.
Who's the new school?
New school guy.
American born Sabre with 250 points in their career. Or career as a Sabre, sorry.
As a Sabre,
Yeah,
right.
Sabres career only.
The chat is suggesting very on brand for the chat, Owen Power. But of course, the chat talks about Owen Power.
I'm pretty sure we
all
really
day.
should just rename the chat the Owen Power.
The Owen Power bullpen?
The Owen Power pen. Yeah. Owen Power.
pen.
How close is he?
How about...
Oh, he's not American. He's Canadian. That's why he's on the
Powers,
list.
right, yeah. They're still guessing Power.
Right. Doesn't matter.
Is Kyle Oposo on this list?
Ooh.
245.
Five
points short.
That's just rude.
If he had finished the
That is
season.
rude on your part.
Yeah.
Yes.
There are probably a bunch of goals called back on offside challenges.
How about Drew Stafford for this?
Drew Stafford is correct. 322 points in his Sabres career.
Is that the mid school or the new school?
That's the mid school.
Mid school. Okay, so someone more recent than Drew Stafford.
More recent than Stafford.
Yes.
We got Jack. We got Tage. Power's Canadian.
Power's Canadian.
Thanks, Jack.
Wrong country.
Right.
Right. Still a guess for the chat.
Yep.
The chat could be all-time leading touchdown passers and someone write Owen Power because they're just talking about Owen Power in the chat.
How about Jeff Skinner?
No, not American. Not American.
Right.
While you're thinking, some guys that just missed: Paul Gostad, Derek Plant, Brian Holzinger, Brian Gianta. He didn't just miss. He only had 100. Zucker's at 82. He's got a ways to go.
Oh,
Tuck.
Alex Tuck.
There you go.
Sorry. Sorry.
291 for Tuck.
All right. There's your 8
Samuelson 180 away. I say he does it by the end of the year.
I was going to say he's on his pace all of a sudden is accelerated.
Yeah, it's exploded.
803-0550. We'll get some Bills chatter in. I want to talk a lot about linebackers and like how we're going to be changing the way we talk about linebacker and edge with this new defense. Joe Marino is going to join us on the other side of the Locked On Bills podcast. Some Bills chatter. Olympic chatter at 8:30 as well. And Team USA at 9 o'clock. We'll talk with former Sabres coach Don Granato about a lot of these players that he coached along the way and the development of Team USA. Is scheduled that for 9:05 this morning. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. If Team USA were to come out of these games with a gold, would it not be the crowning achievement? Would not be like the 30-year plan, the 20-year plan, whatever you want to say? Like, we did it. We became the best in the world. Because I know Canada has had back-to-back golds, and Canada doesn't always win it, but Canada has had, of course, the claim to this sport forever, and they probably still will. But would they not be viewed as equals? Would that be going too far because there's not enough hardware there? It feels to me like you'd be able to claim it.
I think you'd be able to claim it.
There are so many little mile markers along the way, whether it's a number 1 overall pick or there's a year where there's the top 3 picks are U.S.-born players, like getting higher-end talent in the draft. The whole thing, it's miles and miles away from soccer. U.S. wants to say they can compete in soccer, and they're so obviously far behind.
Right.
In hockey, there aren't as many countries that are really doing it effectively, so maybe getting to the top is not as hard. But it feels like it would be the culmination of a 10, 20, however many year effort to get to the top of the mountain if they're able to do it.
Yeah, I think you would be able to say it. I mean, they have not had a tournament in so long that it'd be hard to say, well, it's just because they don't play enough, right? It's the Four Nations last year, which the championship game goes to overtime. That's already kind of a proof of concept that you're on par. And if you were to win gold, what's the defense for you're not number 1, co-number 1 at least, with Canada? It would be, well, Canada won all the golds before that. Okay, well, every player on those teams are retired other than Sidney Crosby. So what does that really do for me? Everyone that was on Team USA the last time, you would have been on top aren't playing for the team anymore. So the fact that they haven't been to the Olympics in so long means you don't have any sample size to really say, oh, no, we're the best in the world, and that hasn't been really tested with best on best. Like, this is the test, and last year was the test, and last year it was totally even. So if you win this year, then it's got to be viewed as even. It's got to be viewed as you've jumped to number 1.
Yeah.
And they've never been that.
Here is the question for you and for Alt Joe and for Owen. I thought this yesterday. This is going to be a Team USA / Team Canada question. I don't want to pick them apart. So I don't want to have this be an argument about whether or not Team USA or Team Canada is better. Ready? Here we go. Write down your answer, and I'll explain the game after you write down your answer.
Okay.
And those of you in the chat and the bullpen can have this as well. Okay? Here's the question.
All right.
Pretend we're all in a class. You got to write down your answer. Nobody speak until you're ready to submit your answer.
Let me get a
Yep.
I got a paper towel and a pen here.
Team USA or Team Canada.
Paper.
Let's accept them as equals. The question is, what would their record be in an 82-game NHL season? Let me give more parameters. All the players on the team still exist in the NHL.
Okay, right. There's clones.
So you're not playing.
You've cloned them.
Yes.
Okay.
You're not playing McDavidless Edmonton. That's too difficult. It's just pick if you want it to be U.S., you want it to be Canada. What would the record be of that team in an 82-game NHL season?
Okay.
And I think the best thing we can do for this is to say all 4 of our answers, and then the person that has the best and the person that has the worst record have to defend their turf. What do you think? You like the game? I have no idea what everyone's answer is going to be.
Yeah.
This is tough.
What would they do in an 82 game NHL season? Is everyone happy with their answer? You want to get a little more time? Would you like another clarification? Is there a question coming about depth? What do you want?
I think
You're good? Everyone's good?
Yeah, I'm ready.
We got some answers in the chat.
Yeah, I'm ready.
We got an answer in the chat. We got
Okay.
All right. So
I got it.
Who wants to go first?
I can go first if you
All
want.
right, what do you got?
All right. I've got Canada at 75-2-5, and I've got the U.S. at 73-4-5.
All right. Well, the point was to not differentiate between the two.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
So
either one.
It's fine.
Give me 75-2-5.
75-2-5.
75-2-5.
Not to say you're wrong. I just figured like an Olympic team of the highest level goes. You've got 75-2-5. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Joe Cali, you want to next?
Sure, I'll jump in. I guess I was more conservative.
All right.
65-12-5 I had.
65-12-5.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I've got 72-10.
Okay.
I think they would not. I'm not even factoring in overtime losses. I don't think that either one of those teams is ever losing in overtime.
Yes, you guys have 5 overtime losses for these teams.
That's because I don't think they'll ever lose in regulation.
Right.
The men's Olympic hockey tournament officially underway. Rasmus Dahlin saw action already with Team Sweden yesterday. He ended up with 3 assists in his first outing and helped Sweden defeat Italy 5-2. Tage Thompson and Team USA get underway today against Latvia with puck drop set for 3:10. For a preview on more of the ice hockey tournament, visit the pieces by Paul Hamilton and Brayton Wilson on our website, WGR550.com. Brief Bills injury news. Cornerback Dorian Strong has successfully had surgery on his neck injury from this past season. He announced on his Instagram story. Updates from the Olympic Games. France won the gold medal in figure skating ice dance, edging out Team USA, who secured a silver. American Jordan Stolz took gold in 1,000-meter men's speed skating competition. And American freestyle skiers Elizabeth Lemley and Jalen Koff won gold and silver. Some results from cross-country skiing also coming in as we speak. Now a look at the gold medal rankings. Norway still on.
Going to respond to you. Are you ready for this task? This is not, make the divisional round. Great job in your first year, Joe. No. This is win it all and get there soon. I am fascinated by the Joe Brady hire.
Mike Garafolo on the Bills, hire of Joe Brady. We talked to Joe Brady last week on the show. And we bumped Joe Marino to do it. So Joe Marino's checking in right now. We had to bump him for
one Joe for another Joe.
Sorry, Joe. There's Joe Marino. Not many people we'd bump you for the Bills head coach.
Not many Joes either.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right. Good morning, Mr. Marino. How are you today?
I'm well, and there are too many Joes now in the mix, right? I mean,
Yes.
That's something that the Bills didn't clearly think through with the first name of their new head coach. So it's really complicating.
Other Joes we would have to bump you for. I don't know. Joe Montana. Is he on the list? What do you do for Joe Montana?
What you can talk to Joe Montana about?
Yeah, you're right. You're probably right.
It's all been said, right?
Well, Joe, we've got, the offseason is upon us. Of course, the coaching staff has been filled out. And, we're starting to get ready for Combine. When we talked to Brandon Bean last week, he said they're putting together their pre-Combine draft board, saw the players that have been invited, so we can start to put that together when they get to the Combine in the coming weeks. The thing I wonder about going forward for this team is just – and this is like the million-dollar question I guess we'll all kind of find our way to through the offseason and through years, really, maybe here with Jim Leonard's defense, is how the different type of player might fit in now. Like what players that we didn't think about before we think about now. And I'm even going to like the Broncos roster, seeing how many linebackers they keep, right? Because the Bills are going to be built differently than they have been in the last couple of years. And that goes right down to the numbers of roster construction, which, of course, would affect how you approach an offseason.
Yeah, I'm excited to learn all that, Jeremy. And I think on the defensive side of the football, I think there are more ways to qualify players for this style of defense than in the previous iteration under Sean McDermott. I think there's going to be skill sets that under the Sean McDermott, tenure just wouldn't really fit. And so those more lean, bursty, bendy edge rushers, those are part of this defense. The big 320, 330-pound nose tackles, they're part of this defense. The linebackers that maybe don't thrive in coverage and really are super dynamic space players but are really good downhill hammers, they're going to fit into this defense. Those hybrid slot safety type players that can, be that positionless type player that serves kind of in the overhang and towards the hashes and, can sometimes play in man coverage, get in those deep zones, can be a blitzer. Like, they fit in this defense. And so I'm excited to see how this rebuilds itself, knowing that there are tons of new skill sets that can work. And it opens up, I think, more possibilities. There's more players qualified, and I think that helps with this inevitable transition where you do need to get some new skill sets on the board here for Jim Leonard to work with.
And I thought, again, like back to linebacker, I met, of all things, the Broncos page to announce their 53-man roster in August last year. And on their 53, they had 9 linebackers, inside and outside linebackers, 9. Where, like, for the Bills, those numbers, I guess, special teams always bumps it up a little bit, but actual linebackers in the mix for this defense over the last few years is what? How many? Like 4 guys? And here's an active roster that has 9.
Yes, and so there's going to be some blurry lines there because of those 9 linebackers, I would guess 4 are true off-ball linebackers where the Bills would previously roster like 6 true off-ball linebackers. But of those 9, I would guess 5 are more of your rush outside linebacker edge type player. And so, yeah, the numbers that we're used to, I think we got to throw them out the door. We got a lot to learn here about what this roster is going to look like.
Yeah, edge is the the
Yeah.
positional tab to click on now.
The Von linebacker edge hybrid tab.
Even though it's not like an official position on the roster. But yeah, in terms of like ideas for that, Joe, like does that also limit certain players at all as ideas? Like I wonder what you think about like Max Crosby, like Trey Hendrickson, like those are like maybe the biggest 2 ideas on defense that any team could have in the offseason, and like where they would fit, or guys of that profile would fit in a defense like this, where you're mentioning like, again, like maybe sometimes you don't necessarily need like the huge defensive end.
Well, I think, those are Crosby and Hendrickson are 2 really good players, but very different. And I think Crosby's probably the cleaner projection to the style of defense. I think he can be that rush outside linebacker that can play in a stand-up position, where I think of Trey Hendrickson as more of a very traditional 4-3 defensive end. I think you would be able to make him work. I think there's certain players that are they transcend scheme. And I think Trey Hendrickson, when he's on, he's going to be able to beat offensive tackles regardless of, what your overall front structure is. So I think that's where you can, certain skill sets are just going to work no matter what. But I think the cleaner projection would be Crosby. And of course, there's the whole, well, you could just sign Trey Hendrickson. With Crosby, not only do you have to pay him probably a lot more, but you're going to have to trade significant assets to get him. So that's a little bit of a tricky needle to thread, but I know the Bills are going to invest on the edge, and I think there's going to be a lot of bargain swings there. The Bills have a lot of needs. They're not going to be able to fill every single one of them with a super exciting, high-paid veteran, right? It's just not going to happen. So where do you find some bargains? And I think this style of scheme under Jim Leonard will help the rushers, where it's not as reliant on, hey, just always win one-on-one. I think there's going to be some more scheme elements that help. And so I think that opens up some of the, maybe you think about guys like Caleb Chason with the Patriots this year, or Arden Key as players that have been lingering for a while. They're toolsy, but it takes them a little bit of time. I think the Bills will try to find players like that in free agency and have a bit of a volume approach here to fill out this rush, because they can't get an A-list number 1 receiver. They're not going to get the A-list pass rusher. How do you piece it together? And I feel like maybe some bargain players on the edges where they'll go.
I'm half kidding with this name, but is this like the year that Jadeveon Clowney finally comes? Because he goes everywhere every couple of years. It's like a bargain idea, just a hired gun. He's been on 7 different teams basically. So, those kind of moves where, because the Bills have had their 1-year wonders and hired guns, but it's been the traditional 4-3 defensive end that they've used that spot on.
Yeah, I think Clowney is a player that would work here. I'll give you 2 bargain bin edge players that I have my eye on that kind of fit that Chason, Arden Key model. Would be Arnold Ebiketie with the Falcons, was like a 2nd-round pick, tons of athleticism out of Penn State. Actually, 1 year I think he led their team in sacks, and then they've been through a lot of transition with their defense, and they brought in some different pieces, and I don't think they'll retain him, and so. As a toolsy, fairly high pick, had some flashes. They kind of phased him out. Like, that would be a good swing, in my opinion. And then Kingsley Enagbare with the Packers, who's kind of been behind Rashawn Gary, and they drafted Lucas Van Ness with a 1st-round pick, and they bring in Micah Parsons, but has kind of been flashy in that, fair, not a super high pick, but a reasonable tools guy that's had some flashes. Like, those 2 type players, I think, would be what Bean's going to be looking for off the edge here this offseason.
Maybe a higher caliber here, a mid. I don't know what exactly. We had Spot Trek market value him at about $8 to $9 million. Ben Solak suggested a perfect signing for the Bills would be Boye Mafe from the Seahawks.
Oh, geez. Yeah, I mean, freak. Boye Mafe is a freak. I think he's probably going to be more of a $15 million player. Mm-hmm. So you got to ask yourself, would you like one Boye Mafe, or would you like Kingsley Enagbare and Arnold Ebiketie for the same amount of money, right? Mm-hmm. those are the big questions that team president and general manager Brandon Beane's got to figure out.
Yeah, these are the tough calls. Then, of course, like to get to that point where you're going to sign guys, the Bills will have to make their moves. Some moves are maybe easier than others. So they'll probably say goodbye to Curtis Samuel. It's an easy one. I feel like Taylor Rapp. And on Rapp here, Joe, like the safety position, I wonder what you think about like Jordan Poyer stabilized what they were last year. But, he wasn't like peak Jordan Poyer. What do you think the ceiling would be if they were to add a high caliber safety next to Cole Bishop? What it could do for this new Jim Leonard defense to have, not kind of like a break glass in case of emergency solution at safety, but one specifically chosen because they have the hole and they can kind of fit it with whatever they think is perfect.
Of course, you'd like to get a high caliber player, right? Of course. I just feel like with the amount of needs this team has, you got to look at certain spots as, okay, we can, I hate to say it, but we can get by there. We can go with a lower investment and get what we need out of that spot because I want the big money. I want the big investments going to receiver and pass rush where, hey, center, guard, safety, linebacker, those feel like where you're going to go a little bit bargain bin shopping. And I think Jordan Poyer, of course, came in and everything changed with the defense. Not necessarily because of Jordan Poyer and his individual skill set, but how he stabilized the communication, upgraded Taylor Rapp, and you saw literally every back seven player be better with Jordan Poyer. But I think a lot of that has to do with his familiarity with that scheme. I don't know that there's that, that would work this year because I do think there's going to be so much changing. And so I think safety is a spot where there's going to be a lot of veterans that are going to hit the market, and I think you'll be able to get a reasonable answer at a low cost. I think about P.J. Locke. That's really the name that's been on my mind at safety as a guy that's kind of been the third guy in Denver under Jim Leonard there the last couple of years, has started, has played well. I think he's picked off Josh Allen twice in the last couple of years. And, he's a player that feels like low cost, big opportunity. You can maybe benefit from those circumstances. So another high-end safety would be great. I just struggle with settling on that being one of the few places you really make a big move.
Would that be another position where you think, like you kind of said this about like the edge rusher, that a different body type, like the athleticism might be more important for that spot, even if it is one of these bargain bin guys?
I think the Bills are going to want a rangy middle of the field type player. They're going to play a lot more man. Which will inevitably be a lot of cover one and then a lot of cover three. So you're going to want that middle of the field guy that has some range and can defend those deep zones. And not only do you need that, but I think Cole Bishop is best when he's not that player and he gets to play in more lower alignments and be more attack oriented and physical. And so I think you need that player because you need that player, but you need that player because of what I think it will do to put Cole Bishop in some spots that I think are better for his overall skill set.
One more name before we get to maybe some of the offensive decisions here, Joe. Shaq Thompson, is he potential bargain basement kind of still fit? Because he tweeted actually that he's played in a 3-4 before. Like he's not always been a 4-3 middle guy. He's played in a 3-4. Could he?
Messaging out there that he wants to get paid. Obviously, your value is what somebody's willing to pay you. But if that makes sense, it would work out. But I don't know that the Bills are going to be the team that says, "Oh yeah, Shaq Thompson's all the way back. Here's $10 million a season." I'm curious to see where that lands.
Right. He'll be 32 to start the year.
On the offense, Joe, they have decisions to make in the interior offensive line in the next month. Both McGovern and David Edwards are up to be free agents, and then Osiris Torrance they could extend. So in terms of those three, especially the two that are going to be free agents, how do you see that position and maybe how much in resources the Bills should divest in those three?
I think the Bills are preparing to transition there. To Connor McGovern and David Edwards' credit, they've put themselves in position to get paid very well. If I'm not mistaken, for McGovern, Spot Rack has him at $16 million a season, and PFF has him at $13. I think David Edwards is coming in, kind of in similar ranges as well. And with what the Bills are paying their tackles, with what they potentially could be paying Osiris Torrance, I think you got to take this as an opportunity to get younger and cheaper. Where David Edwards and Connor McGovern were both free agent signings in 2023. and you got great returns there, but do you really want to give them another deal? I think that's where they start to age a little bit, and just inevitably you need to get younger and cheaper in certain spots. And so whether that's looking at some of the players they've had in the pipeline, like a Cedric Van Pran-Granger or Tylen Grable, or maybe it's Alec Anderson back. He's a restricted free agent. Maybe you have a starter or two in that mix, and then you supplement that with a draft pick and a veteran to kind of make that work. And I obviously it's important to make sure that Josh Allen's offensive line is solid and you feel good about it. But I think it's the inevitable part of where the league is. And I'll be honest, I look at Seattle and the team that just won the Super Bowl, and their interior offensive line was not a strength of their team. They had a rookie left guard in Gray Zainbo, a first-round pick. Their starting center was Jalen Sundle, who's a second-year player that was a UDFA in 2024 out of North Dakota State that played like 50 snaps as a rookie. He was their starting center this year. And their right guard, Anthony Bradford's probably not an ideal starter for any team in the league. I mean, talk to Seattle people. They'll tell you, that's the weak link of their football team. And they just won the Super Bowl with that. But what do they have? They have good tackles, and Abraham Lucas and Charles Cross. So I kind of think looking at that situation gives me a lot of confidence that the Bills should be willing to kind of transition there. And, maybe there's going to be some unknowns. That's inevitable in the league. And I think you got to have some confidence that you can make that work with some different options and get younger and cheaper there.
What about Torrance then for that? Because the guard market has kind of exploded the last couple of years, and maybe that would mean that Torrance would get a deal that maybe would be eye-popping to a lot of people. Is he someone to you that is viewed as worth that type of deal where he would go near the top of the list in the guard market?
Not for me. I don't know how the Bills view him. I could see them saying, we drafted this guy, he's pretty much played every snap for 3 years. Let's go ahead and get this extension done. And in defense of that idea, you will have a lot of value if you do the extension now, because these things just only go up. If he goes out and is a starter again all year and is healthy and has a good season again, he's going to have every argument to be paid probably around $20 million a season. My concern with O'Cyrus Torrence is I think he's kind of been the same player for 3 years. And I've been hoping to see him really take this big step. And I think he's been a good player and has value to the Bills, but are you a $20 million a year guard? I struggle to see that. Maybe this year could play out and I'll be convinced that he is, but if he does do that, then it's no doubt north of $20 million a year guard.
To that point, Joe, I'm thinking about, we all cover the Bills and watch the Bills and see what they do. There have been if there's a criticism maybe of the way Brandon Beane has run this team, sometimes he hits it and gets a guy signed early, like a Spencer Brown, and it ends up that guy does take a step and it looks good. Other times they sign a guy maybe early, or they sign a guy that's good, and that ends up being in the way of someone better. You know what I'm saying? As you're laying this out about Torrance, that sounds like the kind of player that they ultimately do sign, and then in 3 years we say, well, they draft and develop their guys, and they maybe have a lot of good players, but they couldn't get better at a spot because they signed a guy. Does Torrance feel like it fit that?
Sure, and I think that's kind of a consequence of where the guard market is going. Good young starting guards that have experience, they get paid around $20 million a year. And if O'Cyrus Torrence was a truly dominant football player, okay. But it can't be the market is the market. That's how you wind up with Tua, right? The market is the market.
Yeah.
A good young starting quarterback gets paid $50 million a year. Okay, well, that shouldn't just always be the case, and I know it's to a smaller degree, but that's what it is. Feels like a little bit to me with O'Cyrus Torrence. And so if he was a $10 million a year guard, okay, sounds good. But that's just not where the market is, and I think that's what really complicates this decision for me when it relates to O'Cyrus Torrence specifically.
Before we let you go, Joe and I, Sneaky Joe here and I, had a conversation about Dawson Knox a little bit ago. Of course, we're waiting to see what they do with him. They could cut him, they could restructure, they could extend, they could ask for a pay cut, they could trade. On what he brings to them on the field, let's say if Knox decided, I want to go to Nashville, I'm going to move on, blah, 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 I'm going to take more money because I'm not going to take a pay cut. How difficult would it be to replace what he gives them on the open market? I think he's been, a bit of a poster for maybe overpaid at a position. How tough would it be to replace that if, in fact, they were to move on from him?
Well, I think part of what really makes you want to stick with Dawson Knox is that Dalton Kincaid is injury prone. And so before you really get into like how hard would it be to replace specifically Dawson Knox, I think about the value that he provides as insurance to, Dalton Kincaid's availability issues. I think that Dawson Knox is probably like a reasonably good NFL starting tight end. And I would expect that he would, if he hit the market, I think he would get paid between $8 and $10 million a season. And where I think the Bills have a lot of leverage in this situation is that he's got almost an $18 million cap hit this year, but none of that is full. None of that's guaranteed, not any of it. And so I think it's a very simple, hey, this $18 million cap hit doesn't really work for us. We think that you're probably an $8 million a year tight end on the market. Let's take you down to 8, keep you here. So you're going to get the same money. The money's not going to be different. You get to stay here. Your wife's from Buffalo. You have, 25 built-in babysitters by his own words on the Mitch Morse podcast. And, we like what you provide here, but we can't stick with 18. I think that's kind of a very reasonable place to land, because if they cut him, guaranteed money doesn't exist, and he's going to go try to find a deal. Well, I think it's going to be around about that $8 to $10 million year range, and I'd hope to see that come together in Buffalo. But I'm not going to say it's an impossible thing to find, but if you're going to invest that money in a tight end, just invest it in Dawson Knox.
Yeah, right. Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast on the Western Hotline, chatting offseason with us. How far into your draft prep are you, Joe? The season went long, so you got time, and we're pre-combine. But what have you dipped into so far?
Well, we're fully through quarterbacks, and I'm working on running backs now. I used to be the guy that was, a summer I'd watch the whole class and keep up with it throughout the course of the year, and that's changed. So now I kind of do it all this time of year. So we're chipping away at it, and excited to get to receivers. I know you'll be excited for that too. I'm anxious to get there.
There seems to be a growing sentiment that the class is good and deep, and 17 of the top 100, and maybe not, like the Marvin Harrison, Malik Neighbors at the top, but it really, I saw maybe Dane Brugler say a bunch of guys will go in the top 75. So whether that's a first or a second round pick from the Bills, if they go that direction, there will be options.
Yeah, and I think that obviously the Bills should draft a receiver meaningfully in this draft. I do wonder if, given how important the need is, if a rookie's going to be the right move, right?
Yeah, I feel that. I feel like Brandon Beane sounds like a person that knows he's under the gun a bit and would rather go for something he feels like he can count on. Whether that's an A.J. Brown or shoot for the moon like Mike Evans. I don't know if that guy's even going to leave Tampa, but that's my read of it, is he would much more rather go with someone that you're not taking a chance on. Even though you believe in a draft pick, I feel like he would lean toward established.
Yeah, I mean, imagine a world where they sign Alec Pierce and then draft a player we all like in the second round at receiver. I feel good with that. I feel like that'd be a good addition to the group. So, but I don't know if I would say, hey, we have this huge unit receiver. Let's pick someone at 26 and we're good.
Right. Yep.
That's how you get into a Keon Coleman situation again. I don't think we want that.
Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast. Thanks, Joe.
All right, guys. Thank you.
803-0550, our phone number, if you have something you want to chime in on that. Coming up, we're going to talk with Stephen Ellis of Daily Faceoff about this Olympic hockey tournament, which is rolling. We've got Switzerland up 3-0 now on France in the third period. The Canadian women play shortly, minutes, and then the Canadian men play at 10:40 today. So we've got lots of hockey today. The U.S. men's hockey team plays against Latvia in the 3 o'clock hour. So get your Olympic hockey ready to roll. It's a fun time. And Switzerland is in control against France. Jeremy and Joe, Stephen Ellis next, the Daily Faceoff here on WGR. if Team USA were to come out of these games with a gold, would it not be the crowning achievement? Would not be like the 30-year plan, the 20-year plan, whatever you want to say? Like, we did it. We became the best in the world. Because I know Canada has had back-to-back golds, and Canada doesn't always win it, but Canada has had, of course, the claim to this sport forever, and they probably still will. But would they not be viewed as equals? Would that be going too far because there's not enough hardware there? It feels to me like you'd be able to claim it.
I think you'd be able to claim it.
There are so many little mile markers along the way, whether it's a number 1 overall pick or there's a year where there's the top 3 picks are U.S.-born players, like getting higher-end talent in the draft. The whole thing, it's miles and miles away from soccer. U.S. wants to say they can compete in soccer, and they're so obviously far behind.
Right.
In hockey, there aren't as many countries that are really doing it effectively, so maybe getting to the top is not as hard. But it feels like it would be the culmination of a 10, 20, however many year effort to get to the top of the mountain if they're able to do it.
Yeah, I think you would be able to say it. I mean, they have not had a tournament in so long that it'd be hard to say, well, it's just because they don't play enough, right? It's the Four Nations last year, which the championship game goes to overtime. That's already kind of a proof of concept that you're on par. And if you were to win gold, what's the defense for you're not number 1, co-number 1 at least, with Canada? It would be, well, Canada won all the golds before that. Okay, well, every player on those teams are retired other than Sidney Crosby. So what does that really do for me? Everyone that was on Team USA the last time, you would have been on top aren't playing for the team anymore. So the fact that they haven't been to the Olympics in so long means you don't have any sample size to really say, oh, no, we're the best in the world, and that hasn't been really tested with best on best. Like, this is the test, and last year was the test, and last year it was totally even. So if you win this year, then it's got to be viewed as even. It's got to be viewed as you've jumped to number 1.
Yeah.
And they've never been that.
The thing I wonder about going forward for this team is just, and this is like the $1 million question I guess we'll all kind of find our way to through the offseason and through years really maybe here with Jim Leonard's defense, is how the different type of player might fit in now. Like what players that we didn't think about before we think about now. And I'm even going to like the Broncos roster, seeing how many linebackers they keep, right? Because the Bills are going to be built differently than they have been in the last couple of years. And that goes right down to the numbers of roster construction, which, of course, would affect how you approach an offseason.
Yeah, I'm excited to learn all that, Jeremy. And I think on the defensive side of the football, I think there are more ways to qualify players for this style of defense than in the previous iteration under Sean McDermott. I think there's going to be skill sets that under the Sean McDermott, tenure just wouldn't really fit. And so those more lean, bursty, bendy edge rushers, those are part of this defense. The big 320, 330-pound nose tackles, they're part of this defense. The linebackers that maybe don't thrive in coverage and really are super dynamic space players but are really good downhill hammers, they're going to fit into this defense. Those hybrid slot safety type players that can, be that positionless type player that serves kind of in the overhang and towards the hashes and, can sometimes play in man coverage, get in those deep zones, can be a blitzer. Like, they fit in this defense. And so I'm excited to see how this rebuilds itself, knowing that there are tons of new skill sets that can work. And it opens up, I think, more possibilities. There's more players qualified, and I think that helps with this inevitable transition where you do need to get some new skill sets on the board here for Jim Leonard to work with.
The men's Olympic hockey tournament underway. Rasmus Dahlin saw action already yesterday. With Team Sweden, he ended up with 3 assists in his first outing and helped Sweden defeat Italy 5-2. Canada and Czechia will duke it out coming up at 10:40 today. And Tage Thompson and Team USA get underway today as well against Latvia with puck drop set for 3:10. For a preview on more of the ice hockey tournament, visit the pieces by Paul Hamilton and Brayton Wilson on our website, WGR550.com. Some brief Bills injury news. Cornerback Dorian Strong has successfully had surgery on his neck injury from this past season. He announced on his Instagram story. Some updates from the Olympic Games. France won the gold medal in figure skating ice dance, edging out Team USA, who secured a silver medal. American Jordan Stolz took the gold in 1,000-meter men's speed skating competition. And American freestyle skiers Elizabeth Lemley and Jalen Koff won gold and silver. Now we'll look at the gold medal rankings. Norway on top with 13 total medals, 7 of them gold. Italy in second, 14 total medals, 5 gold, 2 silver, and 7 bronze. And Team USA in third with 12 total medals, 4 gold, 6 silver, and 2 bronze. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
The Swedes escape Italy in the opening game for them. Jeremy and Joe talking the tournament. It's underway. Day 2 here. Timo Meyer has just scored, and the Swiss lead the French 4-0 now with just a few minutes left in this game. We'll go to the Western Hotline. Stephen Ellis of Daily Faceoff joining us here to chat about the Olympic hockey tournament, which gets going full force today. We had a couple games yesterday, one going on right now, but Team Canada and Team USA both hit the ice later today. Stephen, good morning. Thanks for joining us today.
Good morning. How are you doing?
We're all right. How are you feeling about best on best for the first time at this stage in quite a while? I mean, it's underway, but of course, like the biggest teams, Sweden played, but the U.S. and Canada rolling out today. We'll be going full force pretty soon.
I really liked the 2018 Olympics, the first one with that NHL players. I think most people kind of looked at that and said, okay, game times, 2 a.m., 5 a.m., why should I care with that NHL players? But I think if you watch that tournament, that was one of the most unpredictable hockey events where, like, USA lost to Slovenia and things like that. Like, it was so much fun, great hockey. 2022, not so much. That one was one where all the teams kind of got put together at the last minute because the NHL backed out in December. But seeing day one of this tournament where Italy almost pulled off that massive upset, and we saw Slovakia, sure, they won a bronze in 2022, but that was without NHLers. They didn't have a ton of NHL players yesterday, and they went out and beat Finland that had, 19 of them in their lineup. So I think overall it's been a really good start to this tournament. Switzerland's kind of had the first real blowout of this tournament, and even then, Finland or France was giving them a run for their money. So I'm really excited to see how the rest of this tournament starts to play on.
Yeah, day one could have been 2 blowouts, and you didn't get that. I mean, Damian Clara did a lot of the heavy lifting on that, the goalie from Italy. I feel like, that's the other thing that sometimes you get at the Olympics, Stephen, is a guy that not a lot of people know about becoming more, at least, of a household name.
Yeah, and with Damian Clara, this is a guy that was so good at a young age, 6'6", I think when he was like already 14 or 15. And we saw him play some outstanding hockey for Italy in various different tournaments. So he was not guaranteed to be the number one heading into this tournament. Davide Fadani, who we saw finish the game against Sweden, was their starting goalie at the World Championship Division 1A tournament last year that ended up getting Italy to the top World Championship tournament heading into May this year. So seeing a guy like that, 21 years old, and Damian Clara play the game he did was awesome. And Italy has relied on their goaltending at so many different levels to get them far. They've actually, it feels like goaltending is always usually a strength for them. And I tweeted that before the game, as I said, like, if Italy's going to put up a fight, it's going to be because of their goaltending. And the way that Clara played yesterday, we do expect him to play against Slovakia. That could be a very interesting game because Samuel Lavi was also outstanding yesterday, the Minnesota Wild prospect. So you love seeing these fun goalie performances. Looks like, I don't want to use the S word right now, but Leonardo Giannoni, one of the best goalies to never play in the NHL, at least of his time, has been very good in this game against France. And it's been fun to see these guys that no one expects to be star goalies making it happen.
On goaltending, as we get to Team USA a little bit here with you, Stephen, they're going with Connor Hellebuck today. And kind of the goalie decisions for both the U.S. and Canada, how you view both of them. The U.S., it's viewed as a strength and maybe they can't really do a lot wrong picking any of the three, whereas Canada, I don't know, like there's nervous energy, I'm sure, with a lot of their fans because Binnington has showed up in big games, but he's not had a good season in the NHL.
Yeah, I think the fact that Binnington has shown repeatedly that he can play in big moments, because it wasn't just the Four Nations face-off, it was also that World Championship last year where he was really, really good, one of the better goalies in that tournament. And that's why I look at this and say, yeah, okay, goaltending is probably Canada's weakest point, but you're still talking about three goalies that have proven that they can rise to the occasion in big moments. Logan Thompson has been good in previous World Championship performances. Darcy Kemper's won a Stanley Cup, and he won a World Championship. He's looking for triple gold. But I think with Binnington going out and doing everything that he's been able to do, I'm not too worried about him. So it's one thing to not be great on a terrible team like the St. Louis Blues, but it's another thing when you've got Cale Makar, Devon Toews, everyone in front of you. You got Sidney Crosby, Connor McDavid. I don't think it's as big of a deal as some people are making it out to be, especially when you're looking at it. And Canada is the favorite in every group stage game they have, so I think they should be fine.
I know you mentioned the last time we did this, it was kind of unpredictable. Do you feel like the group stage is? I mean, I know it is kind of prelims by design, but there seems to be a little bit of a lack of a really big title fight tilt in the prelims. Maybe this is like the Four Nations speaking, where we saw the U.S. play Canada, and then, of course, they had to meet later on. Like the U.S. slate in the prelims, Latvia, Denmark, Germany, there could be some underdog stories there, but it kind of feels like foregone conclusion might be strong, and maybe, I'll be out here to watch a team let us down. But it really feels like it's a three-team tournament, and those three teams got split up.
I will say that the good thing about this tournament is it's probably the most competitive we've ever seen in terms of having NHL players there. And part of that is because you look in Group C, USA, it's probably going to take something major for them to not win that group. But Germany, Latvia, and Denmark are bringing their best Olympic teams they've ever brought by a mile. Then you look at Switzerland, Czechia. Czechia just won the World Championship in 2024. Switzerland's won. They've got the silver the last 2 years. And if they had their full team, if they had Roman Josi, if they had Nico Hischier, they might have been able to beat the Americans for gold. It was a 1-0 game, and Giannoni, the Swiss goalie, was outstanding in that. So I think it's something where you can't take any of these teams lightly. And I think Sweden learned that against Italy yesterday, a group that had a lot to prove. But I'd say overall, the bottom teams are better than usual. That being said, it does feel like it's going to be a bit surprising if it's not one of Canada, Sweden, or USA that wins the gold medal here.
How do you feel about Tage Thompson going into this? He was not at the Four Nations, but he was at the World Championships and scored that golden goal. And it kind of looks like, Steven, they might give him a real shot. I mean, he wasn't just playing on a skilled line. He was on the number one power play unit yesterday, so I don't know if that holds. But Sabre fans are obviously hoping that he kind of has a breakout on the world stage here.
Yeah, 100%. And I think I'm not saying it just because of the audience here being Sabres fans, but realistically, I do expect him to be a big part of this team, and he should have been on that Four Nations face-off team. We saw the numbers before that tournament roster was announced, and he should have been there. So I think with him, watching him at the World Championship really cement himself where, no matter kind of what happened this season, it felt like he was going to make the World Championship team because he was such a big part of that group. Obviously, the game-winning goal and everything he did there, but that size, that skill, everything he brings. So many people are talking about Canada and all of the tougher players they're going to have in their depth chart. But if it gets to a gold medal game, I know Tage Thompson's not going to go out there and just start knocking people down. He's not Tom Wilson, but he can handle himself physically clearly. So I do think he's going to be a big part of this team. You can look back at that 96 U.S. team and try to compare which team is the best one of them between these two. But I think offensively, at least, this group is the one that's got the most going for it right now, where you can leave someone like Cole Caulfield off the team and still feel very excited.
Stephen Ellis joining us. Stephen, one more thing. We're over here waiting for these international games to play, and it's a nice distraction. We're also waiting for the Sabres to return because we're having a fun season. So, as you look at the landscape of the East and, in this little hiatus here, are they going to make it? Are they going to get the job done? That's what we find ourselves asking every day over here. They're in a really good spot. It's been an incredible run, and making the playoffs would be a very big deal around here.
Absolutely. This is a fan base that It's been so long. I think everyone in hockey kind of seems to want the Sabres to go far. And I feel like the way that this Eastern Conference has gone, you look at the Toronto Maple Leafs, for example, a team that can get hot at moments and then fall apart. You look at the Bruins, kind of the same thing. The Blue Jackets are one of the hottest teams. They're outside a playoff run. I think right now, I feel confident about Buffalo going to the playoffs. I think it's one where just everything's kind of clicking for them right now. And Rasmus Dahlin is I think the average hockey fan doesn't give him enough credit for being one of the best defensemen in the NHL. And already we saw him yesterday for Sweden. If he was out of that lineup, things could have been much, much different. He was that important for the Swedes. He had 3 points, but just defensively he was great. He was driving that offensive play. He was getting everything done. So I do feel confident about this Sabres team. I'm liking where they're at, and it should be a fun spring. I don't want to jinx it, but it should be a fun spring.
That's how we feel. Don't want to jinx it. We're feeling, I think, somewhat confident, as confident as you can be in the midst of a drought this long. Stephen, thanks. Enjoy the rest of the games.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Stephen Ellis of Daily Faceoff on Team USA, Team Canada, and on the Sabres there as well. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. 4-0 Switzerland. Finland, Canada, the women's game is up and running on our TV. So, all right. Hockey.
Man, I just saw some more of the pictures of the Lindsey Vonn injury, by the way. Did you see her leg?
No.
They didn't show her leg as much as the... What do you want to call it?
Like the
device,
and exoskeleton,
like
thing?
the thing that is holding her leg in place. Remember the thing that
Alex Smith?
I was just going to say that.
Alex Smith, yeah, it looks like a bionic skeleton or whatever.
That's what it kind of reminds me of. That's what it kind of reminds me of. Yeah. She's had 3 surgeries already on it.
Okay.
And a lot of the they're Twitter doctors, but they're like, it's gonna be many more of them. 3 is just the start. Crazy.
Doesn't sound like fun. 803-0550. We've talked a little bit about Max Crosby today. He is not necessarily putting out the fires about trades. He's also not fueling the fire, saying that on the Jim Gray Let's Go podcast, that he's not going to add fuel to the fire. Of course, he's the number one name to watch on the trade market. UFAs to consider as well. We're getting closer and closer. Less than a month till we start free agency, the combine before that. 803-0550, former Sabres coach and someone who spent a lot of time with Team USA, Don Granato. He's going to join us at 9:05 this morning. Talk about all these players. He has coached a lot of them. On the USA roster, he's been on teams with 16 of these players on the USA roster, 13 at the national team program. So we'll get his thoughts on this tournament, what it's like to watch, the U.S. program at the stage that it's at, and if this is the moment to get to the top. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. The thing I wonder about going forward for this team is just, and this is like the $1 million question I guess we'll all kind of find our way to through the offseason and through years really maybe here with Jim Leonard's defense, is how the different type of player might fit in now. Like what players that we didn't think about before we think about now. And I'm even going to like the Broncos roster, seeing how many linebackers they keep, right? Because the Bills are going to be built differently than they have been in the last couple of years. And that goes right down to the numbers of roster construction, which, of course, would affect how you approach an offseason.
Yeah, I'm excited to learn all that, Jeremy. And I think on the defensive side of the football, I think there are more ways to qualify players for this style of defense than in the previous iteration under Sean McDermott. I think there's going to be skill sets that under the Sean McDermott, tenure just wouldn't really fit. And so those more lean, bursty, bendy edge rushers, those are part of this defense. The big 320, 330-pound nose tackles, they're part of this defense. The linebackers that maybe don't thrive in coverage and really are super dynamic space players but are really good downhill hammers, they're going to fit into this defense. Those hybrid slot safety type players that can, be that positionless type player that serves kind of in the overhang and towards the hashes and, can sometimes play in man coverage, get in those deep zones, can be a blitzer. Like, they fit in this defense. And so I'm excited to see how this rebuilds itself, knowing that there are tons of new skill sets that can work. And it opens up, I think, more possibilities. There's more players qualified, and I think that helps with this inevitable transition where you do need to get some new skill sets on the board here for Jim Leonard to work with.
The thing I wonder about going forward for this team is Team USA. Were to come out of these games with a gold, would it not be the crowning achievement? Would not be like the 30-year plan, the 20-year plan, whatever you want to say? Like, we did it. We became the best in the world? Because I know Canada has had back-to-back golds, and Canada doesn't always win it, but Canada has had, of course, the claim to this sport forever, and they probably still will. But would they not be viewed as equals? Would that be going too far because there's not enough hardware there? It feels to me like you'd be able to claim it.
I think you'd be able to claim it.
There are so many little mile markers along the way, whether it's a number 1 overall pick or there's a year where there's the top 3 picks are U.S.-born players, like getting higher-end talent in the draft. The whole thing, it's miles and miles away from soccer. U.S. wants to say they can compete in soccer, and they're so obviously far behind.
Right.
In hockey, there aren't as many countries that are really doing it effectively, so maybe getting to the top is not as hard. But it feels like it would be the culmination of a 10, 20, however many year effort to get to the top of the mountain if they're able to do it.
Yeah, I think you would be able to say it. I mean, they have not had a tournament in so long that it'd be hard to say, well, it's just because they don't play enough. Right, it's the Four Nations last year, which the championship game goes to overtime. That's already kind of a proof of concept that you're on par. And if you were to win gold, what's the defense for you're not number 1, co-number 1 at least with Canada? It would be, well, Canada won all the golds before that. Okay, well, every player on those teams are retired other than Sidney Crosby. So what does that really do for me? Everyone that was on Team USA the last time you would have been on top aren't playing for the team anymore. So the fact that they haven't been to the Olympics in so long means you don't have any sample size to really say, oh, no, we're the best in the world, and that hasn't been really tested with best on best. Like, this is the test, and last year was the test, and last year it was totally even. So if you win this year, then it's got to be viewed as even. It's got to be viewed as you've jumped to number 1.
Yeah.
And they've never been that.
"35 consecutive plays in, and he's just dragging, sucking air like it's thick outside. And O-line coach Doug Marrone is just on him, on him, on him. And like I'm stepping up into the huddle again to call a play, and Carl is just kind of bent over, just sucking air. And Marrone, just to kind of make a point, he goes into the huddle to grab Nix to stand him up. And I don't know what came over me, but I just have a rule that when I step in the huddle, it's my huddle. I want all eyes on me. I'm leading this. Yeah. And so when Marrone stepped into the huddle, I didn't even think about it. I just reacted. I grabbed Doug Marrone and I threw him out of the huddle. Oh my gosh. And I said, I got him. Yeah. And I looked at Nix and I was going to kind of help him up and be like, come on, big fella, let's go, 10 more plays, whatever. Yeah. And Nix just kind of stood up, bowed his chest down. He looked at me. He's like, man, nobody's ever going to touch you.
Drew Brees on the New Heights podcast with the Kelseys.
Yep.
Relaying a story about his guard, Carl Nix.
Love that story.
Who among us
Marrone out of the huddle.
dreamed of throwing Doug Marrone out of a huddle?
Sounds great.
1-0 Canada over the Finns for the women in the early going here.
Yep.
We get the age of podcasting has definitely given us good football stories, really good access, right?
Yes, definitely.
You hear a lot more. The Kelseys, I mean, whether it's the Manning cast or the Kelseys, like these guys get these guys to talk shop in a way they feel super comfortable with. So pretty cool. Jeremy and Joe, we're wearing our USA gear. I'm watching like the YouTube feed checking in. This almost looks like a robe that I'm wearing. It's a 2002 Salt Lake U.S. jersey.
Mm-hmm.
And like, look at how this thing's hanging down like a wizard's robe. Pretty big sleeves I got
It's pretty
here.
big, yeah.
It's pretty big.
I mean, you're wearing it over a hoodie, and it's still...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I tell you something else about it? So, it's a random thing, but we don't use at home, we don't use any scented detergent, dryer sheets, anything.
Oh, okay.
And we haven't in a decade.
Okay.
So my laundry never has any sort of smell of like mountain breeze or fresh spring or anything like that. It's just clean and doesn't have a scent. And when I put this on today, it might have been 10 years since I've worn it. I can smell that. I can smell like whatever it was washed in.
Still?
Wow. If somebody gives me a shirt,
long-lasting detergent.
I can. Well, what I'm really getting at is, I think you can spend your whole life not like using that stuff and not realizing it because the smell's not that strong. You're used to it.
Yeah.
Now, you give me 200 pieces of laundry and one was dried with a dryer sheet, I can tell you right away.
Really?
100%. Yes, the smell is...
Even if it's that faint?
The smell is overpowering.
So then do you smell it like on other people's clothes?
Yes.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
If I get close enough to you, but putting something on myself, 100 times... Oh, wow. I'll rewash it to get the smell out of it.
Really?
That's the smell that you try
it's
to
not like it smells bad.
It's overpowering. Like the
it's
scent,
a good smell.
No.
Do you use unscented like hand soap then?
Not always, no.
Because isn't that kind of the same thing?
It's not the same. Getting on your clothes, like the mountain breeze mist, spring mist on your clothes, immediately, like I feel like I'm wearing a flower on my face. I can just, it's breathing in all the time. Yeah.
I'm sure they have non-flower scented.
Whatever the scent is.
Whatever.
Lavender.
Oranges.
You name it.
You
name it. I can smell it right away.
Interesting.
Nick writes in.
I didn't even know they made like unscented detergents and and all that.
Unscented detergents, and you can get like dryer balls that just go in to battle.
Oh, we do. You know what? We do have those.
Battle the static that don't give it a scent.
Yep.
And Nick wrote in the chat in the bullpen, Jeremy has the worst superpower. It really is not useful other than to say like, oh, this shirt was washed with some sort of scent. Right. But yeah, sheets.
That's what makes it the worst superpower. It's not useful.
It's not
at
useful.
all.
It's not useful. Unless there's some sort of detective-based question, crime scene. The suspect was wearing a shirt that smelled like mountain breeze, according to one witness. Anyway, so this jersey, it smells nice.
But if you have clothes that smell bad, then isn't your...
You just wash them.
You wash them, but isn't it not really doing as good a job as the scented detergent is?
This is right back to the popcorn bowl and the puke bowl. You just wash things, and they just get clean.
Yeah, but then the only smell that would be remaining, if there's any, with your hypersensitive nose, apparently, it would be the smell that had already existed, which was bad.
Right. In the chat, a question: does Jeremy not?
You also don't play hockey clearly because you need scented detergents for
that kind
for
of
anything
stuff.
You wear playing hockey when you wash it, like twice a year,
and that doesn't work anyway.
It doesn't work
100%,
but it might work 30%, and then you might need that 30%.
DJ writes in the chat, does Jeremy not wear cologne? No.
Never.
Am I supposed to? Not really. Once in an age, but no.
You own it?
Yeah, I have some. I can't tell you.
It's in the house. Okay.
Yeah, I like one spray. I might have one bottle of cologne. Are people still wearing cologne regularly? Is that a thing?
Not regularly. Well...
There's like body
I'll speak for
sprays
myself.
now.
I'm not regularly. Yeah, right.
That's not like cologne. It's not like
spray.
as extensive. It's a lot more mute.
Yep.
Sometimes.
Yep.
Not doing that. No.
It's never a regular thing.
Just my natural musk over here is what you got. Which for better for worse. So anyway, this is like a giant jersey, and it smells like mountain breeze. All right. On the U.S. tournament.
2002?
2002 Salt Lake.
Did we figure out how they did in that tournament? That wasn't the bad one? 06 was the bad one.
They did not do well.
They
Go
didn't do
look
well
at that
in that
team,
too,
and you'll understand why they didn't do very well. It's like the best players are Roenick and Kachuk.
I mean, nothing against Keith Kachuk.
No, like good players, but
But
like
if that's your best player.
Your 2002 Olympic roster.
Look at this team.
Your forwards, Bill Guerin, Brett Hull, Chris Drury, Brian Ralston, Tony Amonte,
Todd Roloff,
John LeClaire, Mike Modano,
Josh DeWolf,
Doug Waite, Scott Young, Mike York, Aaron Miller's on the defense,
Marty Reisner,
Adam Deadmarsh.
Oh, yeah, this team stinks.
Marty Reisner's
Wait,
not
this
on that
is
team.
this is not the right
You're
team.
not. You're on the right team.
What am I looking at? This is a World Championship team from 2002 because Ryan Miller is on it. That makes more sense. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, 2002.
Yeah, this is not a good team.
Chris Chelios, Gary Suter. The goalies are
Tom Potty,
Mike Dunham, and Tom Barrasso, and Mike Richter.
Tom Barrasso. How old was Tom Barrasso though?
At the time,
he could not have been.
He was with the Carolina Hurricanes at the time.
He must 36. He was 36 at the time.
So that team did not do particularly well.
Yeah.
803-0550.
Come a long way.
Now they claimed silver. Okay. They did all right.
They did?
Yeah, they got silver. They lost in the gold medal they game to Canada. Okay. They did all right. They knocked off Russia in the semifinals. Hard-fought gold medal game. They lost 5-2. 803-0550. On the growth, the ascension of the U.S. program, Don Granato, when we return, former Sabres coach. He'll join us to chat about all these players. He coached so many of them in this moment for U.S. hockey. We'll talk about it with Don coming up here on WGR. Here is the question for you and for Alt Joe and for Owen. I thought this yesterday. This is going to be a Team USA / Team Canada question. I don't want to pick them apart. So I don't want to have this be an argument about whether or not Team USA or Team Canada is better. Ready? Here we go. Write down your answer, and I'll explain the game after you write down your answer.
Okay.
And those of you in the chat and the bullpen can have this as well. Okay? Here's the question.
All right.
Pretend we're all in a class. You got to write down your answer. Nobody speak until you're ready to submit your answer.
Oh, let me get a.
Okay?
Yep.
I got a paper towel and a pen here.
Team USA or Team Canada.
Paper.
Let's accept them as equals. The question is,
okay,
what would their record be in an 82-game NHL season? Let me give more parameters. All the players on the team still exist in the NHL.
Okay, right. There's clones.
So you're not playing.
You've cloned them.
Yes.
Okay.
You're not playing McDavidless Edmonton. That's too difficult. It's just pick if you want it to be U.S., you want it to be Canada. What would the record be of that team in an 82-game NHL season?
Okay.
And I think the best thing we can do for this is to say all four of our answers, and then the person that has the best and the person that has the worst record have to defend their turf. What do you think?
Okay.
You like the game? I have no idea what everyone's answer is going to be.
Yeah.
This is tough.
What would they do in an 82 game NHL season? Is everyone happy with their answer? You want to get a little more time? Would you like another clarification? Is there a question coming about depth? What do you want?
I think I'm
You're good? Everyone's good?
Yeah, I'm ready.
We got some answers in the chat.
Yeah, I'm ready.
We got an answer in the chat. We got.
Okay.
All right. So
I got it.
Who wants to go first?
I can go first if you
All
want.
right. What do you got?
All right. I've got Canada at 75-2-5, and I've got the U.S. at 73-4-5.
All right. Well, the point was to not differentiate between the two.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
So
either one.
It's fine.
Give me 75-2-5.
75-2-5.
75-2-5.
Not to say you're wrong. I just figured like an Olympic team of the highest level goes. You've got 75-2-5. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Joe Cali, you want it next?
Sure, I'll jump in. I guess I was more conservative.
All right.
65-12-5 I had.
65-12-5.
Okay.
All right.
I've got 72-10.
Okay.
I think they would not. I'm not even factoring in overtime losses. I don't think that either one of those teams is ever losing in overtime.
Yes, you guys have 5 overtime losses for
think-
these teams.
That's because I don't think they'll ever lose in regulation.
Right.
And this is like the million-dollar question I guess we'll all kind of find our way to through the offseason and through years, really, maybe here with Jim Leonhard's defense, is how the different type of player might fit in now. Like what players that we didn't think about before we think about now. And I'm even going to like the Broncos roster, seeing how many linebackers they keep, right? Because the Bills are going to be built differently than they have been in the last couple of years. And that goes right down to the numbers of roster construction, which, of course, would affect how you approach an offseason.
Yeah, I'm excited to learn all that, Jeremy. And I think on the defensive side of the football, I think there are more ways to qualify players for this style of defense than in the previous iteration under Sean McDermott. I think there's going to be skill sets that under the Sean McDermott, tenure just wouldn't really fit. And so those more lean, bursty, bendy edge rushers, those are part of this defense. The big 320, 330-pound nose tackles, they're part of this defense. The linebackers that maybe don't thrive in coverage and really are super dynamic space players but are really good downhill hammers, they're going to fit into this defense. Those hybrid slot safety type players that can be that positionless type player that serves kind of in the overhang and towards the hashes and can sometimes play in man coverage, get in those deep zones, can be a blitzer. Like, they fit in this defense. And so I'm excited to see how this rebuilds itself, knowing that there are tons of new skill sets that can work. And it opens up, I think, more possibilities. There's more players qualified, and I think that helps with this inevitable transition where you do need to get some new skill sets on the board here for Jim Leonhard to work with.
The men's Olympic hockey tournament underway. Rasmus Dahlin saw action already with Team Sweden yesterday. He ended up with 3 assists in his first outing and helped Sweden defeat Italy 5-2. Canada and Czechia will duke it out coming up at 10:40 today. And Tage Thompson and Team USA get underway today against Latvia with puck drop set for 3:10. For a preview on more of the ice hockey tournament, visit the piece by Paul Hamilton and Brayton Wilson on our website, WGR550.com. A brief Bills injury news. Cornerback Dorian Strong has successfully had surgery on his neck injury from this past season. He announced on his Instagram story, the road to recovery begins now. Updates from the Olympic Games. France won the gold medal in figure skating ice dance, edging out Team USA, who secured a silver. American Jordan Stolz took gold in the 1,000-meter men's speed skating competition. And American freestyle skiers Elizabeth Lemley and Jalen Koff won gold and silver. Now we'll look at the gold medal rankings. Norway on top, 13 total medals. 7 of them are gold. Italy in second, 14 total medals, 5 gold, 2 silver, 7 bronze. And the USA in third with 12 total medals, 4 gold, 6 silver, and 2 bronze. It's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Team USA gets rolling later today. Team Canada as well. It is time for the international tournament, the Olympic tournament, underway. Had games yesterday. Sweden holds off Italy, and just a little bit ago, the Swiss wrapped up a victory over France. Jeremy and Joe, good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. It is tournament time. Joining us on the Western Hotline to talk a little bit about the U.S. program and the tournament itself, former Sabres coach, and can I go with pillar of the national program, Don Granato? Don, can I call you a pillar of the national program? You were there for quite a long time.
I was there for a long time. I'm not sure I'm comfortable with that, but
okay.
It's your show, so you can call it whatever you'd like.
All right, we're doing it. Pillar of the national team program. As so many of these players have come through, you coached, and whether you coached them through the program, 13 while at the program, 16 of the players, and so many players, of course, like on other rosters. I know how much you love watching hockey, how much you love watching this, the best on best.
Well, I'm getting excited. I mean, yesterday's games, you see there's such a disparity in talent. It's way different than the NHL. Obviously, a short tournament, that's going to make it way different. But the disparity in skill and talent, as you saw in the Sweden-Italy game where there were 60 shots, when Sweden plays Canada-U.S., those shots will be, those shots could be in the teens by, and that might be it by the end of the game. So it's very different. I'm looking forward, like everyone else, to see when the big guys play the big guys. In the interim, you're kind of watching these games, and there's going to be an upset or two, like there was yesterday with Slovak and the Finns, and those are fun to watch in a different manner.
When you're watching, either an upset happening or an upset coming close, like this would be the Italy and Sweden game yesterday, are you falling for the underdog and rooting for them, or do you kind of want the team that is clearly better out there to end up getting the result?
That's a great question, Joe. I don't have an answer for you. I'm going to try to watch. I watch so much hockey, and I still every day I'm watching the NHL, and it becomes such a business. You're thinking about, okay, sitting in that head coach chair all the time, and what would you do in practice the next day? What meeting would you hold? Who would you hold? I'm trying to just decompress and watch these games for the enjoyment. So I don't have an answer for you. It is fun to take a break from the NHL and just watch this stuff happening. But you do feel, having sat in the chair of a head coach, the time that goes in and the work that goes on behind the scenes. You hate to see anybody lose, but then on the other side, you do feel. So I guess you ride both sides a little bit on it, Joe.
Don Granado joining us on the West Terre Hotline. Don, these tournaments, you were the head coach of the national program there. These tournaments, these 2-week events, what is how dialed into these guys get for this kind of thing, right? They're taking a break from their job. They're going to a foreign country, and then they're just locking in when you put the flag on. Like, how intense does preparation, meetings, all that stuff, like as compared to like an NHL day-to-day?
Yeah, it's euphoric in a sense. If you think about the dynamics, these guys have been playing pretty much every other day or every third day in the NHL. They just had 5 days off. That is massive. That actually feels like 3 weeks to 4 weeks when you have that many days off, because you can recoup all of your energy, because you're playing in the NHL. You're playing, not only are you playing hurt, you're playing with you just got off a plane. You have no sleep rhythm. So again, these guys are playing 4, 5, 6 days off, 7 days off now before their first game. They have more time in between games. They're not traveling in between games, and they're in that euphoric Olympic village with all these other athletes. So this is and they've thought about it for making this team and playing on this team. So they're going to be on a high and ride a high through the entire event, because it's short and all those dynamics. And the coaching side, you're looking for chemistry, and you're looking for it right away. So you're watching game to game and measuring. You don't know the context, so you're measuring the other teams and pre-scouting quite a bit through the tournament. It's just a lot of fun, and you have a lot of players that are fully engaged and fully rested.
On those coaching decisions, right? Like, you don't have a lot of time to figure out like what lines might look good together. I mean, the goalies too, right? Like, especially like this is maybe something they're dealing with on the U.S. team right now, when you have 3 options of guys that are all some of the best goalies in the NHL. Like, how do you really play it? Because you might not have time to even play everybody one game. You probably just roll 1 or 2 of them out there.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't have time. And because if you think about coaches, you especially the goaltending position, you're hoping to get only one guy can be in the net. You're trying to find out, okay, who when they get in their rhythm is going to be the best for us. But now they don't have enough games to get the guys in a rhythm to actually evaluate, okay, which one of these 2 or 3 is in the rhythm. So yes, that is a challenge. So, the guy that gets the net first, that's the importance. If he can get the net first and show that he's in the zone, it's going to make it tougher for the coach to change and put the next guy in there. So yeah, lots of different dynamics. It makes it all fun to watch.
Former Sabres head coach and former coach of the national program as well, Don Granato, joining us on the Western Hotline. We're seeing Tage on the wing. You had Tage at the wing. You put him back at center at one point. We actually saw some bouncing around for him this year on that. How do you feel watching him out there? Like he scored the golden goal in the 3-on-3 overtime, which is another topic that they're going 3-on-3 for gold medal. Like holy cow! But how is it watching Tage out there, knowing the player he's become?
Love it. I mean, I've obviously spent a long time with him. First met him when he was 15, 16 years old, and got to coach him then. So to see the progress and see the success, see him just establish himself, and now as an Olympian, I mean, he deserved it. He should have been named initially on that Four Nations tournament a year ago. He wasn't. But true to Tage, he stayed with it. He stayed very focused in the right manners. And I think he'll be ready for this. Shifting to the wing, when you have players, especially when I had players at the U.S. program, you got the foresight. They may not, and you want them to learn different positions. And I talked to, even when I was coaching there, the value of using training camp and shifting guys around and shifting line, because you're going to, like, Tage might not have made the team if he couldn't play wing, or he might not have made the team if he couldn't have played center. So you want to be able to expand your ability, through playing different positions and being comfortable and competent at those. And Tage has done that. So I think shifting to the wing, I believe they've had him with Dylan Larkin. He's very familiar with Larks. They were at the program together. That helps, and I think that he'll be a key guy for them.
Are you feeling any sort of like this time in Team USA's whatever the history of Team USA? Like if they were to able to come home with gold, would it kind of represent to you a long-term growth, acceleration, whatever. If you want to see evening on the world stage with Canada, the U.S. is not quite a co-favorite, but no one would be shocked if they did win it. And there have been Olympic Games in the past where it would be a shock, and they've been in the gold medal game. But to get to the top, how much would it mean to you and to everybody that's been part of Team USA over the years?
Well, it's just nice to be on the top. I mean, I think that's just from the competitive side, that's what you want. As far as what you mentioned there, Jeremy, I think everybody knows around the world in hockey that the U.S. is in line to take it over. Just the growth of the game in the United States, the fact that the NHL is working and has worked now for years to grow the game in markets like Arizona, or Austin Matthews has come from, and other NHL players in California markets. We enjoy the luxury that other countries don't, and that's the speed of growth in our country. So when you look at the trajectory, yes, we are going to take it over. And I don't think anybody is questioning that. They're trying to make sure that is prolonged, I guess. So winning this would help nudge toward that. But this group of players, I can tell you, having coached lots of them, has a different level of confidence when they put a USA jersey on than those players 20 and 30 years ago. The thing that made the 96 team, the 96 U.S. team, I think it was the World Cup team, significant was that was really the first time a group of players put a U.S. jersey on and said, we're better than Canada. And that was, I think Pat LaFontaine was on that team. Phil Housley might have been on that team. Chris Chelios, big names. And that was really the first time in USA hockey history where the group of 20 that put the jersey on said, we're better. Even if they have Gretzky and Mario Lemieux on the other side, we're better. And there's been long windows in between where that's not happened. That is now happening in the U.S. And it's happened through, it starts at World Juniors, and the players coming and learning right away, their first time putting a U.S. jersey on, they expect to beat the team across from them. So it makes it a lot different. And again, it'll be fun to watch.
Do you put any of that on what has been focused on with these players as they've come up, or could it just be resources to the game growing? Because the other thing that I view that looks different to me from this team versus maybe some teams of the past is just the speed and the skill that the guys have, especially down the middle, Don. Like the center group, Eichel, Matthews, Larkin, Thompson, I mean, there's not enough really from all the play center, is closer to Canada just from a speed skill level than it feels like it ever has been.
It is. There's no question. And obviously we know the speed of the NHL and hockey players in general, athletes in general, because training for all athletes has gotten better over the last 20 years, and equipment's gotten better. So ice conditions have gotten better. So, yes, there's no doubt it's faster. I think, if we talk historically, Canada always – they would love to knock the U.S. Well, U.S. has good athletes, but they don't have hockey sense. They're not growing players that read and react to the game of hockey well enough. That has changed immensely. I mean, we have, obviously there's not a player on this roster that doesn't have hockey sense, and it's kind of this intangible term that we've used forever in the game. But that was the knock against Americans, and I haven't heard that. I mean, I heard that a lot 10, 15 years ago. I don't hear that ever anymore, and that is evidence behind the scenes as well of our growth.
Don Granato on the Western Hotline. Don, I'm looking at that 96 roster you're talking about, and I was thinking about how the game has changed. There might be no better way to think about how the game has changed than to look at a defense core from 96 versus a defense core now and what they do now, right? Like this U.S. defense core is thought to be the strength of the team, and the reason that if they're going to win, it's going to be because their blue line is so good.
Yeah, and that is for sure, and. I'm probably most proud of that because I've had lots of guys that are in that defensive group. And the game changed. If you think back of when obstruction, lockout of what was it, 2004, 2005, and the NHL came in with the rules of, obstruction. And we're going to call, and it was just penalty after penalty. And in that era before that, it was a defining moment in hockey. You could hold your stick parallel to the ice as a defenseman. So it would be 2 feet to your left or right if you were lefty or righty, and put it right on a guy's hips or in his gut, really, and ride him out. So you could actually play a player one-on-one very easily as a defenseman. So when the rush was coming at you and a player with speed was coming at you, you just put your stick in his gut and you rode him into the glass, and you could control him the whole way. That became a penalty. So when that happened, defensemen had to learn to defend completely different. And that's where you saw the ability over time now. The NHL took a long time for them. I was an assistant coach the year that happened in St. Louis in the Blues. And I watched our defensemen struggle because we had an old defensive core. And I thought to myself, we've got to figure a way to get skating defensemen, size doesn't matter anymore, into the game because you can't use your stick anymore. And that's changed, and you see Quinn Hughes and Zach Werenski, Noah Hannafin. These guys can skate, they're mobile, they're agile. And it's a different game, and it's taken that long since that was 20 years ago now for the NHL to actually change and realize that they need different players to play those positions, a more athletic player.
So if you're coaching Team USA, who do you match against McDavid, the McDavid line, Is that the one?
You hit it. You hope you have the matchup.
Yeah.
Because that's key. And there is no question, I'll answer that question very quick for you and easily. I would, because I've watched it happen, Dylan Larkin. I watched Dylan Larkin in a world championship bronze medal game in Denmark, Copenhagen, and Dylan Larkin, we ended up winning the bronze over Canada. We both lost the night before, so you play the next day. You're a little bit disappointed, but you're in the bronze medal game. And Dylan had Connor so frustrated because he could skate with him. And Dylan competes before the puck drops. He's competing for position in the faceoff, which aggravates players against him. So, yeah, easy call on that one. If they get to that point, watch Dylan Larkin on Connor McDavid.
All right, very good. Well, Don, thanks very much. It's been a pleasure, and enjoy the tournament. I mean, it's on in the middle of the day, so we like that. I'll just stay up until 10 p.m. and then try to get up the next morning.
Hey,
so
you guys as well. I enjoyed this time. I missed you guys a bit. I say that. You asked some tough questions. This was great today, so I appreciate it.
Yeah. Well, thanks for joining us, and all the best.
All right. Likewise.
Thanks, Don.
See you guys.
Don Granato, who of course pillar of the U.S. team. He said I could say it. I'm saying it. Pillar. Head coach from 2013 to 2016, of course, former Sabres coach as well.
I mean, you can hear it. He's got experience with almost every player on the team.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's a coincidence, by the way, that it's not just him, but what was his focus when he was here? Speed and skill.
Yeah.
What was his focus at the U.S. program when he was there? Speed and skill. What do all of the American players that are going to play today have? Speed and skill. That's what's different. 20 years ago, they were all gritty and defensive and tough,
Right.
and some were good players, but now it's just, and you still have the Kachucks, so it's not like you don't have any of that.
True. I'm just
but
looking.
You've got guys flying around the ice that are going to take the ice today.
It's a point about how the game has changed. Like, looking at the 96 team, he mentioned 96 World Cup team. Brian Leach is on that team. He's the captain of that team, a 5'11" defenseman.
Yep.
And the other defensemen on that team are 6'5", 6'4". There's a couple 5'10s like Housley and Schneider.
Like Darian Hatcher on that team.
But all
maybe?
I could think of is, would Quinn Hughes have a chance to make that team in 1996? Maybe.
I don't know if they would. They would think he was an alien from outer space.
Right.
Well, they think he's Bobby Orr, maybe.
Maybe.
No, you're right, though. Maybe he might not get to a point where he was a defenseman.
Right.
Right? If he existed back then, he'd probably have been playing forward as a kid and in college and all the way through the league. He wouldn't exist on the blue line because some coach along the way would have said, "You're not a defenseman."
He's awesome to watch. Unbelievable.
He is insane. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
I can't believe Vancouver traded him.
Yeah, it's tough.
I mean, they're blowing it up, I guess, but he wasn't going to sign. It's not the worst thing in the world.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, our thanks to Don Granato. Reached out, chatted with him. Always a pleasure. So what's up? What else we got? We're open the rest of the time here. I've got a good story in sports I want to get to on the other side that nobody here is going to be too mad about, and we can talk about. Maybe the best thing happening in sports is not happening in the Olympics, but it's worth a chat, and it is happening internationally. We'll get to that next here on WGR. If Team USA were to come out of these games with a gold, would it not be the crowning achievement? Would it not be the 30-year plan, the 20-year plan, whatever you want to say? We did it. We became the best in the world. Because I know Canada has had back-to-back golds, and Canada doesn't always win it, but Canada has had, of course, the claim to this sport forever, and they probably still will. But would they not be viewed as equals? Would that be going too far because there's not enough hardware there? It feels to me like you'd be able to claim it.
I think you'd be able to claim it.
There are so many little mile markers along the way, whether it's a number one overall pick or there's a year where there's the top 3 picks are U.S.-born players, getting higher-end talent in the draft. The whole thing, it's miles and miles away from soccer. U.S. wants to say they can compete in soccer, and they're so obviously far behind.
Right.
In hockey, there aren't as many countries that are really doing it effectively, so maybe getting to the top is not as hard. But it feels like it would be the culmination of a 10, 20, however many year effort to get to the top of the mountain if they're able to do it.
Yeah, I think you would be able to say it. I mean, they have not had a tournament in so long that it'd be hard to say, well, it's just because they don't play enough, right? It's the Four Nations last year, which the championship game goes to overtime. That's already kind of a proof of concept that you're on par. And if you were to win gold, what's the defense for you're not number one, co-number one at least, with Canada? It would be, well, Canada won all the golds before that. Okay, well, every player on those teams are retired other than Sidney Crosby. So what does that really do for me? Everyone that was on Team USA the last time, you would have been on top aren't playing for the team anymore. So the fact that they haven't been to the Olympics in so long means you don't have any sample size to really say, oh, no, we're the best in the world. And that hasn't been really tested with best on best. This is the test. And last year was the test. And last year it was totally even. So if you win this year, then it's got to be viewed as even. It's got to be viewed as you've jumped to number one.
Yeah.
And they've never been that. Didn't get to the quarterback a lot, but he was getting there. He was getting pressures. He was beating his man. And if he's costing me $8 million on a team that has cap problems and they don't have. I mean, they probably need a guy like that and somebody above him.
Oh, yeah.
Don't they? Like, they could, would it be too much to say they could get Max Crosby and Boye Mafe?
Okay. Give me another something. Give me something else you can see this offseason.
I came ready for you. The Buffalo Bills, they gotta make a splash. Free agency. Michael Evans. Go get Mike Evans, bring him there. One of the main reasons, they said they still believe in Keon Coleman. When they drafted Keon Coleman, you hope that he can become a Mike Evans type of receiver. Somebody that wins on the contested catches. Somebody on third down and in the red zone. Josh Allen can trust to get the ball to. Mike Evans is still doing that at an elite level. You bring a veteran, a professional on and off the field to come over to this team in a situation where they want to win now. Mike Evans is also a Super Bowl champion. He brings that to the locker room as well.
Which McCourty brother? Jason McCourty. Jason McCourty on.
And there was some dramatic music there about Mike Evans as a free agent option.
So a couple things on Mike Evans as an idea.
Save the world.
Mike Evans would be never wrong, just early. In the history of sitting in this chair, players I campaigned for the Bills to draft.
Mm-hmm.
Phillip Rivers might have been number one.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Evans is number two.
Mm-hmm.
Like pound table take player, Mike Evans. So just Rivers almost got the coaching job. Not really almost, but whatever. Got an interview. Mike Evans. Can I tell you a fun fact about Mike Evans? So Matt Harmon of Reception Perception, then we're going to get to this international story, which I think is the best thing in sports maybe. Matt Harmon, Reception Perception, charting Mike Evans, not last season because he hasn't done 2025 yet, so 2024. Mike Evans' 2024 season with the Bucs. His success rate against man coverage, zone coverage, press coverage, his route tree. Maybe you're familiar. If you're on Twitter, you see people post Matt Harmon's like route tree and greens and yellows and reds. And how good are you, right? Like Mike Evans has greens, which means he's good, on every route except for one, a curl route where he's yellow.
Oh.
Yeah, yellow.
What a bum. Average on the curl.
Keon Coleman has 2 greens, screens and slants, and everything else is red. Just this is an exercise in, like Jason McCourty did. You want to get Mike Evans? Yes, get him for Mike Evans. Don't get him because of Keon Coleman's existence, because you're going to turn Keon Coleman into Mike Evans.
Yeah, no.
In 2024, Keon Coleman's man coverage success percentile versus Mike Evans' man coverage success percentile at receptionperception.com. You ready?
Is it 0?
Keon Coleman was in the 3rd percentile. Where was Mike Evans? Sold there as a contested catch guy. Where was he in beating man coverage? What percentile was he at?
75.
93rd. Elite man coverage player. He's big. He does not just catch jump balls. Mike Evans has actually never been that player. He's always been great at all of it. Beats press, beats man, beats double teams. He's double teamed on 13% of his routes. He beats it 70% of the time. Like Mike Evans, how do I like that idea? I don't know, because of the age, and he just had a season where he was really banged up, multiple injuries.
Maybe.
That'd make you nervous. I also have a tough time believing he would leave Tampa. But if they
That's my biggest problem.
But if they signed Mike Evans, here's a promise for you right now. Ready? I buy a jersey that day. Do not care.
Mike Evans?
Yup. That day, the Bills, Mike Evans is signing with the Bills. I am at NFLshop.com in 3 minutes. Because whether or not it works, the principle, he's great leaving. Just can't imagine it.
Some guys also, like, I wouldn't be so afraid of the age. Maybe I should be. I also don't believe he'll leave Tampa. Like, that's my stopping point. But if he did, the age point, there are some guys that are just all-time great legends that they're built that way, their athleticism is that way, it's all-time level, that they just play forever. They play way longer into their careers if they don't have the long injury history, right? Julio Jones breaks down at 33 years old. Why? Dude had 1 billion injuries over the years. AJ Green, same thing. His career ends. He had 1 million injuries. Why did Larry Fitzgerald and Terrell Owens play until they were 37 years old? And were still good at the end, by the way.
Yep.
Not just that they were all-time greats, who also, by the way, were big, right? 6'3", and what was T.O.? 6'3", 6'5"? They never got hurt. And Evans did just get hurt last year, but that was the first...
Hamstring and collarbone?
Right. But that was the first year, right? Like, he had never dealt with injuries in his career. I mean, that's part of the way you're able to have 1,000 yards every single season. So I feel like he might be one of these guys where at 36, he's still out there doing it and doing it pretty well. So is he as good as he was 5 years ago? Probably not. Although maybe some of those numbers would point to he is. If you told me today he's leaving Tampa, I'd be all in on that. I would love it.
Would he leave? There's a couple reasons would he leave Tampa. One, wouldn't he think they have a chance to win there? They've been competitive.
Yes.
Two, his quarterback throws him the ball a lot.
Yep, and his quarterback's good.
And his quarterback is somebody you, like, go to battle with.
Yep.
Like, I just really wonder.
Buck for life. I cannot see him leaving. Anyone we ever talk to from Tampa always says the same, like, he's not leaving. He's never leaving. And sometimes maybe those guys do surprise and they end up walking away, but you've got to have either a breakdown in relationship or a quarterback problem or a coach problem, and I don't know. I don't see the scenario that he wants to leave there. The team's good, the quarterback's good, the quarterback throws him the ball a lot. Unless Tampa is deciding we want to move on because we're going younger and we're going to be throwing the ball to Igbokwe, and we got to make sure that he's getting everything he needs, and Godwin is under contract, and they have other guys, don't they?
They've got Jalen
McMillan. If they want to kind of go younger and cheaper, but
it's hard to imagine
I don't believe they're doing it.
Him ever leaving the organization. Like he should retire there, and his number gets retired, and that's it. But if you can get him, I'm into it. Just to me, there's getting him for all of the reasons he's worth getting, and none of them have to do with Keon Coleman.
Oh yeah, no, to me, all of that is nonsense. He's gonna make Coleman into what he is. I just don't buy it.
Mark in Tonawanda. Hey, Mark. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. So you guys mentioned earlier in the week, just, the offseason, you guys brought it up about Deion Dawkins. And, does Brandon Beane make a move? And when I first heard the idea, the left tackle is a really important position. I was like, no way. It's kind of a far-fetched, good talking point. But the more I thought about it, the more it kind of makes sense to me in that it's a huge cap savings, and you have to free up money somehow. I just think a move like this is something Brandon Beane's going to be willing to do because of all our needs on defense. And I think a Brandon Beane strong point has been to solidify this offensive line and finding those good deals in bringing David Edwards in and Connor McGovern in. But yeah, I think a move like this is not far-fetched, and I'm on board with it. Deion Dawkins led the team in penalties. He had a down year. If we could get something for him, sign me up. I'm going to have to listen to you guys. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, Mark. I think it's nuts. I don't even see the big cap savings. There's the cap savings on a trade for Dawkins. There aren't any unless it's a post-June 1 trade. And then
your savings don't come until next year.
Yeah.
That's it. You'd be doing it for the future?
I can just restructure and save 11 and keep a left tackle that's good. He's good. He had a down year. Okay, maybe a little bit of a down year.
Did he?
One thing that's going to happen with Dawkins...
Is that what we're using as the blame for why Allen got sacked so many times? Dawkins wasn't as good?
They were ranked like the Pro Football Focus and ESPN graded them by a composite the number one pass-blocking offensive line in the league, and they had the league's leading rusher. And
the only game I can think of for Dawkins on this was the Houston game.
Where he got
concussed? Stunk in the Houston game.
He got a concussion.
Sal pointed that out today, right? He got a concussion. They let him go back in the game. He finished, and then the next day... It was just, oh no, he still has a concussion, and he's in the protocol. So if the only game that I can remember that he was really hurting them was a game that he was certainly concussed in, I'm trading him. Nice. We talked to Joe Marino earlier about how interior offensive line, the money is going up, and that's a position you want to get younger and cheaper in. I don't want to get rid of my tackle, and now I have to replace, 3 of my 5 linemen immediately? And if you're not paying Torrance 4 of the 5?
I just don't see...
Eventually? That doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't really fit a window for them, I don't think, because this creates an immediate hole, and what are you feeling? Are you going to use the asset to just get younger at the position? Mm-hmm. I mean, I guess it's not... I don't really think it makes a lot of sense, personally. Could it? Sure. Could they make it work? Is the right trade someone offers you 2 firsts? Okay. That's the value you're going to get back is always going to be what the conversation is about. But I don't see major savings this year unless it's a post-June 1 trade where you save $15 million you can use after June 1. And what's that for? Players I'm going to trade for? My draft class I could sign post-June 1? I just don't think so.
PFF had him as the 28th best tackle in the league last year.
Okay.
So what would that make him? The 14th best left tackle?
Sure.
And that was a down year for him? Even if it was a little bit of a down year, it's not so much of a down year that I'm panic trading him. To save money in 2027.
Yeah. If you want his percentage of cap,
yeah,
where he ranks on that, because that's how I would do this. Where does Dawkins rank among tackles in percentage of cap? He comes in at 27th.
Okay.
So, I think even if he is the 28th best tackle and he's paid as the 28th best tackle, I've got a good thing going. I don't know if he's the 28th best tackle, like you said, of left tackles.
That includes right tackles.
Sure,
Spencer Brown is higher, for instance. But
okay.
Yeah, I don't like the idea. I don't think it makes sense. I think it makes them worse. Right? That's the other part of it. You're trying to win the Super Bowl, right? That's why you fired the coach. You're trying to win the Super Bowl this year and get over the top. In what way are you getting better at left tackle by trading Deion Dawkins? Is there a scenario where that happens?
Yeah,
because to me, unless they trade Deion Dawkins, that goes to the top of the list for their first-round pick, right? Yeah. It's that critical a position. And now I am using my number one resource of the offseason to replace Deion Dawkins instead of using it on something that you need, like a receiver or a safety or a linebacker or an edge rusher, because I decided I've got to get rid of Dawkins.
It's also
that's where it all falls apart.
It's also worth mentioning, like, his average annual value or whatever, his cap hit going forward. Like, next year, it's not even that big of a cap hit. 24, okay. They could get it down. He's under contract for 26 and 27. With the cap going up like $30 million a year, every player that's under contract and doesn't need a raise gets to be more of a bargain as the years go by. So his AAV, I believe, is like $20 million. So $20 million is a good deal this year. Next year, he got a little bit worse, but $20 million is a better deal. So as like the talent or the ability diminishes, even if it does, as the cap goes up, you're $20 million on the books AAV for 2 more years. Like that, I like that. I don't have to pay him. So he's under contract until he's 33 years old. Then there's some void years. Like, there'll be decisions, but to me, the idea of trading him, I think he's much more likely a restructure candidate. Extension, maybe. I talked about this with Jerry Ostrowski on the Bill Squad show. What he said was about Dawkins is that in every offensive lineman's life, whatever, maybe not everyone, but you're going to get to a point where now you're older. You might not be as good at XYZ as you used to be. So what'll it be? You're going to train, your offseason is going to be a little different. You're going to do this and this different. You're now going to win in different ways. Dawkins has, by the way, an elite trait. His hand fighting, his hand technique, playing the position. I'm watching, by the way, I don't know if you came out of the Super Bowl thinking you were going to get extensive 20-minute breakdowns of Will Campbell on film, but that's what happened, right? And what's everyone saying about Campbell? If you've got short arms, one of the things he's going to have to start doing is learning hand chops. Like what does Dawkins do every play? He chops dudes right down. He's got a different kind of approach that a lot of these guys do. Could he age better than a lot of them? Sure. His technique is what he gets by on. Mm-hmm. And if he's going to change his body, I think it's very possible he could have a bounce back year, even if he had a bad year. I don't know. I didn't watch this team and think Dawkins had a bad year. You want to say he wasn't an elite tackle? All right, I'll buy that. But I don't think he had a bad year. Thanks for the phone call. 803-0550. We have a bunch of calls on this now all of a sudden. Matt in South Buffalo. Hey, Matt, good morning.
Hey, guys. Good morning. How are we today?
Morning. Good.
I wanted to call real quick and talk about Deion Dawkins, and I have a couple other points afterwards. But with Deion, we're talking about a guy that allowed 42 pressures and 7 sacks last year, and the left side of our line is not that great whatsoever. I will not say it's terrible, but we definitely need to get better there. We are going to be probably losing David Edwards or a Connor McGovern. So with already losing David Edwards, I say we restructure Deion this year. We give him a chance, with everything he's given Buffalo. And if he digresses again this year, then we know what we need to do. But with everything I said about the pressures and the sacks, I do think that he demands a lower tier restructure.
I have one question. The idea that he gave up 7 sacks, is this a site that also credits sacks to the quarterback?
So my thing is Josh is obviously elusive, and Deion's already gone on record saying Josh is a very hard quarterback to protect. You can turn around and you don't see him, and then you turn back forward and he's 10 yards down the field. Uh-huh. So it is not a discredit to Deion whatsoever. Absolutely. I do think that all 7 sacks are not individually on him, but a few of them for sure. But losing David Edwards, potentially Connor McGovern and Deion Dawkins the same year.
I agree with that.
So I definitely think restructure Deion, probably get a new guy in at left guard, and hey, it could be a guy like Alec Anderson.
Do you want to? Thanks, Matt. I didn't realize maybe we'll do more of this tomorrow. Do you want to know where Deion Dawkins ranked in the NFL in offensive tackle pass block win rate for ESPN?
Sure.
Does everybody want to know?
I do.
Okay.
I'd love to know.
Should we field guesses?
Where he ranked. One more time, what's the number?
Where Deion Dawkins ranked in the 2025 season in offensive tackle pass block win rate.
I'll guess he ranked like 20th.
Yeah, I'd go 23. 23rd.
I'll dip a little lower. I'll go like mid-30, 35.
These are all good guesses. The answer is 1.
Number 1?
Number 1.
That's cool.
Yeah, trade him.
Number 1.
Is that good? Is everybody good with that?
96% pass block win rate. He's tied with Tristan Wirfs and Roger Rosengarten. Number 1.
I got some stuff, too, from Next Gen Stats. Haven't we had this week with Next Gen Stats and PFF being very different?
Next Gen Stats gave up 14 pressures for Will Campbell in the Super Bowl, and PFF said 3.
So maybe there's something happening with, like, either one of them. Maybe it's PFF
I'll tell you,
on pressure, because they're the site I'm looking at that has 41 pressures for him. Then I went to Next Gen Stats, and they don't have the total number. I could find that maybe. But according to Next Gen Stats, Dawkins allowed a 7.5% pressure rate this year. 7.5%. That was the 7th lowest amongst all left tackles. Okay, so in that number, he's the 7th best left tackle. More than that, Dawkins was left one-on-one more often than any tackle in the league. Yeah, when left one-on-one, Dawkins allowed the 3rd lowest one-on-one pressure rate at 6.8%. So they left him on an island as much as anybody in football.
He had a harder job.
And when he did it, he was the 3rd best at it.
Yeah.
So, again, maybe it depends where you look. That would indicate he didn't have a down year at all.
Well, it's part of the bigger picture. Like, listen, if you want to say he could have been better, he's already talked about coming back and playing at a lower weight. What this offense needs to protect Allen is a couple things. One, a better plan for it. Their protection plans were a mess. They went a ton of 5-man protections, right? They did that all the time. And the Houston game was a bunch about how 5-man protections, no chips, no nothing. Right, some tackles get help a lot. Some tackles get left on an island. This is true of defensive backs. It's true of receivers, right? Are you getting a free release at the line? Are you on the outside by yourself trying to win one-on-one against press coverage? Like, it's not all the same. And for Dawkins, like, I've just got a ton of evidence that the Bills' offensive line was, again, great last year. And any idea that they should trade Dawkins, I don't see massive savings to come with it. And I don't know what the asset would be. And I can't imagine in this Super Bowl window of yours how you could get yourself to it.
What would it take? Everyone's tradable, right? What would it take to say it's a good idea? You want your trade up, right?
Justin Jefferson.
What if I told you 26 and Dawkins gets you to 5? Would you do it then?
I don't know. What am I getting at 5?
Cardinal Tate.
I don't even know if Cardinal Tate's worth 5.
All right.
Am I getting Reuben Bain?
Did you say Jefferson? Or did I just hear that?
I said Jefferson, yeah.
Jefferson? You would trade him for Jefferson?
You can't. I'm an idiot. You can't throw receivers in front of me and ask me if I would take it. You'd be like, well, if I tell you can have Chase and Jefferson for Josh Allen, I'd be like, yeah, you might think I might. Wait a minute, the quarterback. You can't dangle receivers in front of me. I'm helpless.
All right, not receiver. Garrett. Is that too easy too?
That would be a crime because Dawkins wants
Garrett.
They want to play with Garrett.
Yeah, that's right. You can't do that.
That would just be bad karma. Yeah. All right. Hey, it's interesting. 803-0550.
I mean, I'd trade him for 2 firsts. Someone wants to offer 2 firsts, I'd do that.
I don't think I would.
You wouldn't trade him for 2 firsts?
What's my timeline? I don't need firsts. I need players.
I want 2 firsts this year, though, and I don't think anybody has that.
Yeah, you want like the 7th.
Because I want 2 guys to help me right now.
Right. I need players to help now. And if you can find a way to do that with Dawkins getting traded.
Who's got 2 firsts?
I guess I'll listen to it. The Jets probably do.
The Jets.
The Jets have 2 firsts in like the next 3 years. They have a lot.
How about the Rams? The Rams. You got 13 and 29. I'll do that. You want to give me 13 and don't they have a left tackle probably though?
Boy, 13 and 29. You give the Rams 13 and 29. You know you have to compete with the Rams next year, right?
They're in the NFC. I mean, get out of here. No, they're giving me 13 and 29.
Right, and
you're
giving them
Dawkins.
You're giving that. They probably don't need a left tackle. I think they're okay.
I think they're probably fine.
All right, 803-0550. We never got to that international story that's the best thing going in sports. We'll tell you that really quickly before sending you off to the Extra Point Show. if Team USA were to come out of these games with a gold, would it not be the crowning achievement? Would it not be like the 30-year plan, the 20-year plan, whatever you want to say? Like, we did it. We became the best in the world. Because I know Canada has had back-to-back golds, and Canada doesn't always win it, but Canada has had, of course, the claim to this sport forever, and they probably still will. But would they not be viewed as equals? Would that be going too far because there's not enough hardware there? It feels to me like you'd be able to claim it.
I think you'd be able to claim it.
There are so many little mile markers along the way. Or there's a year where there's the top 3 picks are U.S.-born players. Like getting higher-end talent in the draft. The whole thing, it's miles and miles away from soccer. U.S. wants to say they can compete in soccer, and they're so obviously far behind.
Right.
In hockey, there aren't as many countries that are really doing it effectively, so maybe getting to the top is not as hard. But it feels like it would be the culmination of a 10, 20, however many year effort to get to the top of the mountain if they're able to do it.
Yeah, I think you would be able to say it. I mean, they have not had a tournament in so long that it'd be hard to say, well, it's just because they don't play enough. Right, it's the Four Nations last year, which the championship game goes to overtime. That's already kind of a proof of concept that you're on par. And if you were to win gold, what's the defense for you're not number one, co-number one at least, with Canada? It would be, well, Canada won all the golds before that. Okay, well, every player on those teams are retired other than Sidney Crosby. So what does that really do for me? Everyone that was on Team USA the last time, you would have been on top aren't playing for the team anymore. So the fact that they haven't been to the Olympics in so long means you don't have any sample size to really say, oh, no, we're the best in the world, and that hasn't been really tested with best on best. Like, this is the test, and last year was the test, and last year it was totally even. So if you win this year, then it's got to be viewed as even. It's got to be viewed as you've jumped to number one.
Yep.
And they've never been that.
The thing I wonder about going forward for this team is just, and this is like the million-dollar question I guess we'll all kind of find our way to through the offseason and through years really maybe here with Jim Leonard's defense, is how the different type of player might fit in now. Like what players that we didn't think about before we think about now. And I'm even going to like the Broncos roster, seeing how many linebackers they keep, right? Because the Bills are going to be built differently than they have been in the last couple of years. And that goes right down to the numbers of roster construction, which, of course, would affect how you approach an offseason.
Yeah, I'm excited to learn all that, Jeremy. And I think on the defensive side of the football, I think there are more ways to qualify players for this style of defense than in the previous iteration under Sean McDermott. I think there's going to be skill sets that under the Sean McDermott, tenure just wouldn't really fit. And so those more lean, bursty, bendy edge rushers, those are part of this defense. The big 320, 330-pound nose tackles, they're part of this defense. The linebackers that maybe don't thrive in coverage and really are super dynamic space players but are really good downhill hammers, they're going to fit into this defense. Those hybrid slot safety type players that can, be that positionless type player that serves kind of in the overhang and towards the hashes and, can sometimes play man coverage, get in those deep zones, can be a blitzer. Like, they fit in this defense. And so I'm excited to see how this rebuilds itself, knowing that there are tons of new skill sets that can work. And it opens up, I think, more possibilities. There's more players qualified, and I think that helps with this inevitable transition where you do need to get some new skill sets on the board here for Jim Leonard to work with.
All right. Sorry, we teased something, and we're not going to have enough time to talk about it. We'll mention it. We'll talk about it later, maybe tomorrow. And it will not be the best thing that's happening in sports to everybody, but it's a super interesting thing if you care about this kind of thing. Tottenham in, close to relegation. Tottenham getting relegated would be one of the best things to happen in sports in a decade. And I don't want to say that specifically for Tottenham, but sometimes in the U.S. we dream of relegation.
Yeah.
As a structure that we don't have. And who are they getting relegated? I mean, it's like they don't.
It would be like
they don't win a lot, but I want to give you the caliber of team.
The Chargers?
It'd be sure. Again, base it off no success, but the caliber of team that would be just it turns out you had a bad year, you're down. The Steelers.
Good all the time, but never went. They're the Carolina Hurricanes getting relegated to the AHL.
Sure.
Yeah.
Tottenham, if they got relegated, it would be utterly incredible.
I'm buying low, by the way. That's the team I'm going to follow.
Yeah?
Tottenham.
Good time to get in on it.
It's
nowhere
a great time
to go but up.
It's a great time to get in. You should hope to get relegated, win more games.
Unless they do get relegated, and then I don't know where you're going to watch the championship next year. It's going to be on Fubo 2 Plus.
Yep. Be incredible. All right, we're back tomorrow for a non-football Friday. We'll recap, of course, the Canadian and U.S. games in Milan at the Olympics. Thanks to Don Granato. Thanks to Joe Marino. Thanks to Stephen Ellis at Daily Faceoff. We're back tomorrow here on WGR.